Yeah, one of the lens popped out and had a little tab on it. I think it broke the little tab, but oh well. Here, so just can't see.
Have a magnifying thing.
When you break your glasses,
Yeah,
are they cheaters or real?
they're cheaters.
I got another pair of them.
Do you? Okay, good deal. Huh? You hush.
It may help. I'm not sure what how they are.
I'm sure. Doesn't matter. Perfect. Good deal.
I keep them everywhere.
I keep them everywhere, okay? I mean, if I sit down, all I gotta do is reach there and find a pair.
It's hard to find. I like real light ones.
I found some online. They were like this, they were fabulous. These are pretty flexible here, really good. And
I first started having to wear them to read menus. Now I gotta have them to eat.
when I was at the University of Texas, I had an eye problem. Freshman went to see the infirmary there. He said, if you don't need glasses now, you won't need them till you're 43. I never will forget that. He said 43.
Wow.
How did he know that?
Yeah. Was he pretty correct?
Yeah, I still don't need them. Just cheap.
Sheriff, before we get started today, we've got a lot of people out in the hallway. They're going to speak at various times during the meeting today.
I think we have some upstairs.
And we have a courtroom upstairs available for them. You just let them know they're welcome to go up there.
Okay.
And there's a big screen TV in that courtroom. Okay. And YouTube should be on in there. And then they can come down as they see their items.
You get used to it. You know,
Yes, I do.
I don't like that as an answer. Is it legal or not?
But the math is how.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Good morning. It is Monday, January the 25th, 2021. It's a few minutes after 9 o'clock, and Kerr County Commissioners Court is now in session. If you would, please rise for the prayer. Please pray with me. Good and gracious God, we give you thanks for all the many blessings that you've blessed us with. We pray for our leaders, both national and state levels, to keep them safe and guide them through these perilous times. And we give you thanks for the gift of and the right to local self-governance. We ask that you be in our midst today and breathe your spirit upon us. Breathe the spirit of wisdom, of understanding, of compassion, of courage, that we may make decisions for the common good of all your people. We ask that you send your spirit, send your peace, and we pray all of this in your name. Amen. Join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated. A couple of general announcements to get us started this morning. First of all, we do have a number of people that have signed up to speak. They're all registered here with the county clerk, and I have their names, and we'll call them at the appropriate time. Some of the people are asking to speak for specific items on the agenda, and they will be invited to address the court at the time those agenda items are called. Some are general input. We'll have, I know, at least one or two speakers for the general input, which will be at the first. And I remind everybody that when we get the input from the public, we as a court are not allowed to respond. We are there to hear what they have to say to us. So with that, and for anybody that's out in the hall, I've already spoken to the sheriff. You can wait upstairs in the interior courtroom upstairs, where this will be, YouTube will be on the big screen in the courtroom, and you can come down when the item that you want to speak is called. So with that, I remind everybody to turn your phones to vibrate or silence, and ask at this time, I know there's some people out in the hallway, for public input.
Judge, you want to also remind everybody they can call in a certain number if they want to?
Okay? I don't know what number that is.
792-6111? That's what you normally.
Well, my cell phone is 792-6161,
Oh, okay.
and it's in my office if you want me to get it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying you usually say if people want to call in and comment.
Jody, are you out there? Okay.
She's
Boss
good.
is in charge. Always good. But let me repeat the number so that you'll know. If my cell phone here that rings, will vibrate here at this bench, I'll set it on ring so we can hear it, is area code 830-792-6161. And it is set to ring right here.
Good deal.
Okay,
Would you like me, I know there are a couple ladies
Yes.
out here who'd like to address the court.
I believe they are Ms. Solomon and Ms. Reed.
Yes, sir.
Well, and more.
Do you mind if I take my mask off?
Go ahead.
Look, and let me tell everybody, when you go to the podium to speak, the rules do permit that you can remove your mask.
Okay, did not know that. Thank you, sir.
And I recognize you now. How are you doing?
Yes, sir. My name is Carla Solomon. I am the Survivor Advocate and Outreach Specialist for Mercygate Ministries. With me is Aubrey Reed, which is the Director or the Community Specialist and Advocate for Mercygate, and also we have Chase Spencer, which is the Co-Founder and Executive Director.
I recognize her too.
Mercygate Ministries exists to care for survivors, victims, and at-risk exploited individuals. We provided educational resources for prevention, identification, and restoration throughout our community and schools. Our advocacy services surround individuals and families in crisis by providing hope and support through a compassionate community. We offer a spectrum of services, one of those being a 12-month residential program. Magdalene House is, to our knowledge, the only state-approved home in our region where women who are incarcerated can be approved by the Board of Parolees to transition out of prison and into our care. The Advocacy Resource Center, which is a non-residential program under Mercygate, has the goal to provide resources to individuals in the community that are not residents. We serve individuals who are survivors of trafficking, prostitution, addiction, and abuse. Our programs offer a variety of curriculum as well as medical and psychological care on a case-by-case basis, all provided in a compassionate, faith-based environment. We are coming before you today to propose a partnership. We are seeking to apply for the governmental grant, the County Innovations to address commercial sexual exploitation. The purpose of this proposal and partnership is due to the fact that the application may only be submitted by the Texas counties. This grant is an effort by the Governor's Office for innovative projects that prevent, investigate, and/or prosecute the commercial sexual exploitation of the people in Texas. The grant awards a minimum of $10,000 with no maximum, and according to the requirements and eligibility, we qualify under the diversion and innovative program portion for our county. We have a grant writer who will assist in the completion of the application and manage a 12-month commitment of said grant. Our hope is to be awarded this grant so we may be recognized as court-appointed advocates for individuals with drug and prostitution charges or those on probation who may be considered at risk for exploitation. These individuals will be screened and interviewed to enter our residential and/or non-residential programs. We work with a defense attorney here in town who is available to represent our approved clients within the court system. Currently, we are advocating for 2 individuals in the Kerr County court system. One of our residents has been referred to us from a local drug court. Since her placement with us, she has been able to continually phase up in the program and will begin Christian Women's Job Corps next month. Through our non-residential services, we are currently advocating for a 15-year-old here in town who is pregnant and in the state's care. Through our statewide collaborative efforts and partnerships, Mercygate is recognized as a leading agency in our region in the fight against trafficking. Some of our efforts have resulted in the implementation of the Kerr County Care Coordination Team with the Child Sex Trafficking Team through the Office of Governor Greg Abbott. I personally serve as a council member of the Human Trafficking Survivor Leader Council, which works on projects to assist the governor's office in the fight against trafficking throughout the state. We are also on the coordinating council for the Texas Human Trafficking Prevention Task Force. We are available to continue conversations and any other questions you may have regarding this. We appreciate your time and consideration for this grant opportunity. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Is there any other presentation? I didn't think so, and you ran a little over the 3 minutes, but I figured that time would just be yielded by one of your partners there.
I believe I was the only one presenting for you guys today.
Okay? We can't give you any input. We understand your request. If you would, check back with my office at some point, and we'll put you in touch with how to move forward with that.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wants to make a presentation at the public input portion of the meeting? I see Mr. Schulenberg out there. Did he sign up to come in?
I think he wants to talk about COVID.
I understand.
1.11 is what I think you wanted to talk about.
Okay, very good. Then there being no other public input, let's move on to the next item on the agenda, which are the commissioners' comments. Let's start with precinct 1.
I don't have a lot to report. We've had a lot of nice slow rain. It's been good.
There are three things I want to talk about, but they're going to be in agenda items. They have to do with economic development, with the library, and with development. So those will all be covered someplace else, so I'll just yield.
Okay, precinct 3.
Very good stock show sale locally. There were 204 Kerr County kids sold their animals. Don't know the total, but this appeared to be while I was at the sale that somewhere in the neighborhood of 4,500, 5,000, maybe a little bit more was the average the kids got, which is seemed very good. And really want two entities just again excel. Randy Olson through Terrabee Ranch and the Cowler Foundation. They tend to, I don't know how much they spend, but both of those organizations spend a lot, and they pick up the tab on any kid that doesn't have someone individually bidding for them. So really big thanks to Randy Olson and Terrabee Ranch and to the Cowler Foundation. They're huge supporters. That's it.
They reported 1.1 million as of the end of the sale night.
1.1 million, so it's probably closer to 6,000 or 5,500 per kid. So.
Yeah, pretty good. A little over 200 lots, I believe. So I'm just going to echo what Commissioner Lett said, and also Commissioner Blue's nice slow rain. Not a whole lot, but at least a couple less dry days. We can still use a little bit more. As far as the stock show, our kids did well. The community comes together for them. I helped a good bit with the Ag Mech show, and it was wonderful. Kids did well here. County, they also went to the grandstand, the district replacement show in Fredericksburg. And I know the Ingram bunch won a bunch of stuff over there. So it's really good to see the kids perform well, especially against the tougher competition with all the other counties. So well done.
Good. And on behalf of the county as a whole, I want to shout out about the stock show. I want to especially recognize the Stock Show Association. I've worked with these people for the past several months diligently, trying to keep that event as safe as possible. They reduced it down to a county-wide event instead of the full district event in order to reduce the size and not have to get the mass gathering permit. They required social distancing and masks, and for those of you that attended, you'll see that's probably the safest large event that you've been to since COVID started. And my hat is really off to Steve Bauer and the people on the board. They've been over backwards to get this done. And also appreciative of the district show being moved to various different locations. What that did was enable us to have the county show intact and have the district show in other locations, so we didn't have to get the mass gathering permits, and we didn't have the concentration of people showing up at one place. So all in all, it's been a difficult year. This was a good response to it, and I just want to tip my hat to the Stock Show Association what all they've been able to do. So with that, we're ready to start our consideration agenda. Let's look at item 1.1. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding concerns about possible impact the recently purchased county property on Spur 100 might have on the Brown Goss Cemetery. I've got Miss Barbara Goss Johnston and Diane Meeker DeBarnes. Did I say your names right? Good. Feel free to take your mask off at the podium if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Diane Meeker DeVeras. My mother worked here at the courthouse many years and in the clerk's office. I even worked here when I was in high school, so I feel like I'm coming back home. My father worked for the county of Kerr, also with the health department back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and so I have strong connections to the county procedures here. I am the granddaughter of Oliver Goss, who is my connection to the Brown Goss Cemetery. We have back 3 and 4 generations back who are members of the Goss family, including Sarah Jane Goss Brown, who is married to Joshua Brown, who is the founder of Kerr County. And we are here because we want to make you aware of the value of having the cemetery on Spur 100. It is maintained by donations from family members. The cemetery dates back to 1876, and it is one of the historical sites in Kerr County that we feel needs to be respected and cared for. It is adjacent to the Veterans National Cemetery that's out by the VA hospital. And the land for the Veterans Hospital was donated by the Brown Goss Cemetery in honor of the veterans. The land where it sits and the VA hospital area was land that had been owned by Joshua Brown. We have sent information to you that probably makes you aware of some of the members of the Goss Brown families that are buried there. Joshua Brown, of course, is buried there, as is Sarah Jane Goss Brown. Spencer Goss is buried there. Spencer is the main character of one of the stories in Kerr County history that goes way back to when he was answering a call for searching for some marauding Comanches and ended up with a rifle ball in his knee, walked almost 40 miles in 18 days. They'd been given up for dead and appeared back in Kerr County finally after those lengths of time, and he was also buried there. He is the grandfather of Hal Peterson. One of our other family members that is buried there that is notable in Kerr County history is Reverend John Lee Goss. He was a circuit rider with the Methodist Church, and he has a commemorative marker that is buried, that's on his gravesite out there. We feel that we want to be good neighbors to you, and we would like you to be respectful of the cemetery and what it stands for in Kerr County history. And as a result, we would like to make sure that we work together to make sure that this respect is maintained. And Barbara, if you'd like to take over.
Hi, I'm Barbara Goss Johnston. I'm a Goss. You don't remember my parents, James and Doris Goss, I'm sure, but they were very active in the community, and I am the lineage of Sarah Jane, like she is, and my grandfather was, our grandfathers were brothers. It is our understanding that the county of Kerr has purchased the land adjacent to the cemetery, both behind it and beside it. The purchased land is also behind the National Veterans Cemetery. We're requesting that the Kerr County officials be mindful of the historic importance of the Brown Goss Cemetery in determining how your property will be used. It is going to be used to park and store construction, possibly, or equipment vehicles, and we ask that you consider putting some sort of privacy fence that would conceal this equipment from view from the cemetery out of respect of all the founders and our heritage in our community. We feel there's not a lot of places in Kerrville that honors our heritage, and this is one place that certainly does that. We have also been led to believe that possibly an animal shelter might be built on the property. We again request consideration of privacy fencing if this or other structures are constructed there. In addition, to ensure that water drainage be properly addressed. Currently, there are no issues of water drainage onto the cemetery property, and we do not want future problems that could affect our grave sites and the maintenance of our property. We have family members and friends that donated. It is a nonprofit organization, and we really take it real seriously to respect our heritage.
I think I appreciate you being here. And
Thank you.
Spur 100 is developing, and the cemetery and the veteran cemetery has been there for a long time. So I would respect what you're requesting, and I would make a motion that the county, as part of the development of that property, consider what you're requesting, and that is consider the association, the proximity of those cemeteries to that, so that we can make both of these things compatible. So whether it's screening of vegetation or something of that sort, not to commit to it, but I just make a motion that we, as we develop our property, consider the fact that those cemeteries are there and that the privacy of those should be respected.
I'll second that. I agree.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Latz, to take into consideration the existence of the cemeteries and any
Right.
development plans for the Spur 100 property that's under contract. Is that what we're talking about?
Yep, got it.
And with that, let me just say that the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, the CIP that we talk about, is extremely mindful. And we went out and we walked every bit of that property not too long ago, before we put it under contract, to make sure that we knew exactly how to deal with the cemeteries that are there in a respectful and appropriate way. So that is something that has been at the forefront of the consideration of the CIP in selecting that property. So thank you
I
very
think the
much.
community would appreciate that too.
Good. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to item 1.2. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the 2020 Kerr County Historical Commission report.
All right, Julie Leonard is not here or able to be here, so she asked me to read this into the record. And so I will hit the highlights. It's kind of long. And then we have some people to be confirmed for the Historical Commission. She wants to thank everybody for valued financial and in-kind support over the past 45 years, especially in the last difficult year. Kerr County Historical Commission would not be successful in our mission without the Commissioner's help. That mission is to protect, preserve, and promote Kerr County's historic and cultural resources for the use, education, and enjoyment of present and future generations. These purposes are distinctly different from organizations or societies that focus on genealogy or family history preservation. We're a unit of the Texas Historical Commission and serve under the guidance of the Kerr County Commissioners Court. We were one of 79 county historical commissions out of 185 awarded the Distinguished Service Award. The award is based on a statewide analysis of CHC annual report documentation. It was the 13th consecutive year to receive the award. And currently, they have 61 members that last year volunteered 1,560 hours, even with the COVID shutdowns. Officers for 2020, Julie Leonard, Chair, Charlie McElvain, Vice Chair, Mary Lee Stewart, Second Vice Chair, Leroy Schlechte, Secretary. Did I say his name right? Okay. And Wilma T., Treasurer. We are saddened by the loss of our primary historian and friend, Mike Boland. He served unselfishly for 10 years. His knowledge of Kerr County cannot be replaced. And I say amen to that. There were only 5 general meetings. The programs included Kerrville Mayor Bill Blackburn, who spoke about the city's efforts to preserve historical specificity and mentioned supporting the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center. Clifton Pfeiffer, sharing his history through song and prose. Local Alamo historian and author Bill Groneman, who talked about how Davy Crockett died. Dr. Donald Frazier, director of the Texas Center at Shrine University, spoke about their collections in November meeting, had members bring historical and interesting artifacts from their personal collections. Archaeology, Terry Farley Phillips Shelton. And Terry is Vice President of the Hill Country Archaeological Association and is designated steward for the Texas Historical Commission. There's an important site located in Kerr County that's being researched and documented now. Archives, Lewis Stevens. Kerr County has an ongoing 1999 agreement with Schreiner University, the William M. Logan Library Special Collections, to store oral histories, historical marker, and National Registry information. Kerr history in newspapers and short stories and photographs. 60+ books and pamphlets portraying Kerr history. There's correspondence and news articles about KCHC, local groups, and projects in preservation of Kerr County history. They're available to the public by appointment at the Logan Library. Louis adds all agendas and important items to the KCHC courthouse computer. He organizes the agenda, minutes, and committee reports for each meeting and emails to members. He also makes hard copies available for meetings. The cemeteries. Terry Farley, chair, and Terry is working with the Texas Historical Commission for the cemetery preservation program. You see how important it is. We just heard from some folks about it.
Right.
All right, we have some lost cemeteries in Kerr County. Pecan Cemetery, Blank Cemetery, Bishop Server Cemetery, Edmonds Lane Valley number 2. Photos, inscriptions, epitaphs, and so on. Kerrville Historic Map Project, Downtown Historic Building Tour brochure, Linda Stone and Brenda Williams taking part in that. And that actually, they're developing a walking and driving map, both physical and online, that can be accessed on your phone to walk you through the historical places. Texas Treasure Business Award given to 103-year-old Garrett Insurance Company. The agency, this happened in December. The award is coordinated through the THC and Texas Representative Andrew Murr and Senator Dawn Buckingham's offices. Historical markers. Jeannie Berger. There are 87 historical markers throughout Kerr County. They were all visited last year by Leroy Schlechte and Jeannie, and the conditions of the markers were noted. KCHC worked with Hunter DeSager, Boy Scout Troop 111. He restored 20 historical markers for his Eagle Scout Community Service Badge. The Methodist Encampment Community Historical Marker was dedicated November 29, 2020, with former Kerrville Mayor Jack Pratt officiating. 3 new Kerr County markers have been approved by the Texas Historic Commission. 103-year-old Garrett Insurance Agency, founded in 1918. Live Oak Ranch, Captain Charles Schreiner's original headquarters for all his YO ranches. And Glen Rest Cemetery. Oral History Project. There are 118 recorded histories of notable Kerr County residents. They're available at the Kerr Regional History Center and Logan Library at the Schreiner University. Many are accessible on the Portals to Texas website. North Texas University Portals to Texas History website also. Kerr County Historical Commission has qualified for many grants for the years 2014 through 2019 to add to the history of this site. Grants were suspended last year. There are over 90 oral histories, Kerr County album, books, and much more Kerr County information on that site. Many of the submissions haven't been added because of lack of digital transcribers. The submission to 2016 have to be added. Facebook page, there are 790 subscribers. Heart of the Hills Heritage Center, Tony Romero heading it up. The HHHC is required by charter to have 1 Kerr County Historical Commission board member. There are 6 members on their board at this time. We support the project enthusiastically. In the uncertainty of the upcoming months, we're hoping to have meetings. Many of our committees can function without public meetings. The successful summer history camp is on hold at this time. Thank you again for your support for our 45, soon to be 46-year-old Kerr County Historical Commission. Julie Leonard, Kerr County Historical Commission. And with this, there's a submission. The Kerr County Historical The commission is recommending the following to become Kerr County Historical Commission members. Because of the local COVID situation, none of these proposed members will be attending. Felicia Fisher and Charles Ray Dobbs, that's Charlie Dobbs. Born and raised on a ranch in West Kerr County, she's a descendant of Kerr County early settler Casper Rial, Christian Dieter, and Schreiner families. Many of these families were here in 1857. Felicia's a graduate of Tybee High School. Charlie taught school at Tybee for 30 years and is well respected. Tybee coach for football, basketball, track, served on the vestry of St. Peter's Episcopal Church, and is very well appreciated and well known. Dineshu Lee Clark. Graduated from Tybee High School. She is a retired U.S. Navy Reserve, 23 years. Is a Hill Country Naturalist member and served as director. She's also a member of Kerrville, Fredericksburg, and Bernie Art Leagues. Dorsey Jack Reardon. Dorsey Jack is from Durant, Oklahoma. He graduated from Southeast Oklahoma State, a Master in Education, officiated track, field events, including Texas Relays, UIL State, Regional Champions, and so on. Linda Jones Stevens, sister of Kerr County Historical Commission member Brenda Williams. Linda's a Tybee graduate, attended Texas State. She and her former husband, the late Judge Spencer Brown, lived in Houston for 10 years. They have 2 children and great memories of Kerrville. Kathy Shue Schweitzer, or Schwitzer. Anybody know Kathy? I apologize if I mispronounced it, Kathy. Kathy's lived in Kerr County for 40 years. Her late husband, Tarleton family, been in Kerr County since 1912. She describes herself as an artist, ex-veterinarian tech, dog groomer, horse and dog trainer. Hope all of these outstanding men and women will be accepted as Kerr County Historical Commission members duly elected for the KCHC. I move that we accept these new members.
Second.
As presented.
And the report.
And the report, yes.
Second.
The report's on the agenda, approving the commissioners is not.
Okay.
So I don't know, I
Take
don't think there's any
appropriate
objection to
action.
any of these commissioners, but that's just not on the agenda. But we need to accept the report.
Okay, let's accept the report then.
So we've got a motion made by Commissioner Blue, seconded by Commissioner Harris to accept the report, and we express our approval of the suggested commissioners, and if we need to confirm them, we certainly will.
Okay, we'll add them to the next.
So with that, those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. Item 1.3, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to authorize the Animal Services Director to reduce the annual registration fee to $1 during the annual rabies vaccination clinics being held February 6th through February 20th of this year. Also to advertise by placing sign on the courthouse grounds with current fees are $5 for neutered and /spayed and $10 for non-neutered spayed.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Well, this is our yearly request to lower the registration fee from the $5 for the neutered and spayed and the $10 for the non-neutered and spayed to $1 from February 6th through the 20th. What that is, the local vets are all participating in the rabies drive this year. It's my understanding that they've reduced their cost to $10, which is really, that's their deal, but our part of it is the $1 reduction. Another point is this year, because of COVID, there's not going to be any actual clinics held at the fire stations like normal, like Turtle Creek and Center Point. So you're going to have to call and make your individual appointments with the vet this time. But we just want to reduce it to $1. And that also includes the sign that we put up yearly out that maintenance helps us with and puts up here on the courthouse lawn.
This is business as usual.
Yes, sir.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Harris, second by Commissioner Blue, to approve the Animal Services Director reducing the animal rabies vaccination fees for the clinics to be held February 6th to 20th. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.4, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on a resolution amending authorized representatives on Kerr County's tax pool account and allow the county judge to sign so. Ms. Oldham.
Yes, sir. This is just adding my new chief deputy to the list of authorized representatives to do business with Tech School.
So move.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Baloo, and this again is business as usual.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1.5, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the request to approve 2 reserve deputy constable positions for Precinct 3 Constable's Office.
Hey, good morning. Yes,
Good morning,
sir.
Ken.
Yeah, I'd like you all to hear and consider allowing me to hold 2 reserve positions in the constable's office. And they would help me monthly, probably 2 days a month is the norm for reserves. They would help with any emergency or crisis or county need where officers are needed. They would do it on a voluntary basis. And then anything that we're doing in the constable's office, they can help out with that as well. I don't believe there's any cost because they already have the equipment. But there is one small minor cost, and that's a bond, and I believe it's $50 each. So that would be the total expense to the county. If y'all have questions.
Ken, is there any downside to this?
Only if, they're of no value.
Insurance or
Well,
liability or?
We do have a liability that we need to add them on to, isn't that right?
They'd be added under our, and generally volunteers are under our workers' comp, I believe.
Yeah.
But they're just added, it's not gonna be.
But it's so small. So how many,
2.
yeah, but I meant in the entire county, how many do we have for reserve deputies?
I don't know about the other agencies.
I mean, is there any limit or any reason not to have 100 of them or?
Well, these are reserved for the constable's office.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
The sheriff has some.
Sheriff has some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we have, the
There's no
question is,
limit.
is there any reason we shouldn't just carte blanche say, I don't have any issue with it, I think it's a good idea, the more reserves, but, is there,
So you guys know you have to approve this, and it's to prevent abuse of reserve
okay,
officers.
yeah, well, we
right?
got 4 constables.
Yes.
Do others have reserve constables also?
That would be,
Or has in the past, I think, I'm not positive.
I'm not sure they do right now, though.
But I mean, we have, I think we have had other constables had reserve.
Okay.
Certainly the sheriff does. I think it's a good program. I think it's
Yeah.
a way to get experienced people to volunteer.
Well, I say, the more the merrier, it sounds like.
Right. So
Yeah.
I make a motion to.
it would help me also in training other people or showing them what the constable's office does. And
Good.
in the future, if they
Okay.
wanted to run for it, they could, but.
Okay.
You're not looking for a
something to open their
successor?
eyes. I'm not looking for a successor at this time. Matter of fact, I may run again.
Well, we appreciate you helping us out, and I certainly approve this request.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to approve the 2 reserve deputy constables for Precinct 3.
Thank
Any
you all very
discussion?
much.
Pardon?
Thank you.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
That's it, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ken.
See you later.
Item 1.6, I saw Ms. Peter out there. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the law enforcement certifications and assurances form for the Victim Services VOCA grant. And what that, VOCA is Victims of Crime Act grant, and allow the county judge and county sheriff to sign same. Ms. Peter.
This is, this particular one, this is something that is done every year. It's required by the grant. And it basically just says that law enforcement agrees with the county. We're going to work cooperatively to address the issues that crime victims face. So it happens every year. It's part of the grant. So I just need permission for the judge and the sheriff to sign it.
It's just business as usual, right?
It is business as usual.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Baloo, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to approve the law enforcement certifications and assurances form for the VOCA grant to be approved by the judge and myself and the sheriff. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. That was a close call. Okay, let's go to the next one you have on the agenda, which is 1.7. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the resolution regarding the Crime Victim Services Grant renewal to the office of the Governor of the Victims' Rights Office. Ms. Peter.
So this resolution allows the judge to, basically, you're approving that we're gonna do, and again, business as usual. We're going to follow the grant, apply for it, and then allowing the judge to have the power to accept and act on behalf of the court, although we do come back with the official submission and provide you a copy and all those things as it goes along. But in the meantime, it allows the judge to be able to act as we need it, because there are things that happen with the grant that he must be able to, he's the authorized official, so.
Again, business as usual, right?
It is, it's exactly the same except for it says
And
2021.
we've got a motion from Commissioner Harris. I'll second it so that we've got it seconded. Any discussion?
Question, my recollection is, I'll make it clear that the grant before it's accepted comes back to the court.
It
Absolutely.
does.
Okay. And it doesn't say that, but I just
Yeah.
make sure that that's.
Well, for those of you that don't see the emails that I get, and I have to ping them out to Pam, I have to ping them out to Tanya or Kelly, there are a whole lot of intermediate steps that we go through to get to the point where we actually get the final approval for the grant.
Right.
But this is just the approval to get that process rolling.
The final is due mid-February, and so you'll have a copy. Actually, I'm already on the agenda to make sure that before it goes to the final submission that you have a copy of it to review.
Sounds good.
Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Thanks, Ms. Peter.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the acceptance of a donation by Rockoff Tree Solutions for trees for Flat Rock Park. I see Mr. Evans out there and Commissioner Moser.
Thank you, Judge. I got a call from Karen Rockoff, wanted to donate 10 crepe myrtles and 15 other trees to Flat Rock Park. She thought there was a void there, especially around the playground equipment. So she submitted a proposal here to the court. I think everybody has a copy of it in their backup. But basically what it is it hadn't been decided where this would be. So I would suggest that Karen worked with Shane to identify where this could be done. Make sure that it's not in the floodplain, or if it is in the floodplain, it's approved by floodplain administrator. Then come back to the court with a concept of where to plant them. And Shane, do you have any?
No, but I will check if that's where she wants to put them, is around the playground. Then I'll find out if we can do that with the floodplain manager. And some of it's 10, like Commissioner was indicating, it's 10 crepe myrtles, 15 trees. There would be the Mexican sycamore, cedar elm, bur oak, and pecan tree.
Shane, I assume you probably need to put some cages around them, let them get started.
Yes, sir.
That's in the proposal.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's got the fertilizer, it's got the mulch, it's got
Okay.
The whole
the fencing with rebar around it.
So I would move for approval for the donation of the trees, contingent on approval with Shane on the placement of the trees.
Second. And I will report back as to where
Okay,
they're
that'd
going
be
to go.
good. But we'll approve with your consent.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
The motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Blue to accept the donation of the trees from Rockoff Tree Solutions for Flat Rock Park. Any other discussion?
I'd like to thank Karen.
Yep.
Yes.
She does a very good job on her business and very generous donation.
I'd like to echo that.
Yep.
Thank you. So those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.9, discussion regarding a town hall meeting on West Texas aggregate operations at the Hill Country Youth Exhibit Center, January the 29th at 5 p.m. Commissioner Moser.
Judge, this is for discussion, no action to be taken. Just to remind the public that West Texas Aggregate has applied for a air permit for a permanent rock crusher to be installed at their new operation, which is basically behind Fox Tank, between Fox Tank and the river across from the airport. There will be a public hearing that will be established by TCEQ, public hearing, not a public, public meeting, not a public hearing at some point. This has been requested by Andrew Murr. There's been a lot of concern about the aggregate mining operation. Has there been on all of them? About 5 years ago, we did the same thing when Martin Marietta, very close to this same location, proposed a aggregate production operation there. We had a town hall meeting. I think we had a couple hundred people there. A judge, I think you were there. The public town hall meeting is for information exchange. It's to hear the West Texas Aggregate owner-operator explain what he's doing, how he's doing it, what his plans are, so the public can clearly understand it, and then let the public voice their concerns, opinions, recommendations, so that he can hear them. So it's not any formal action, it's just an information exchange. As I said, this worked really well with Martin Marietta when they did it before. They were asked to put up additional berms, more berms, put hard surface inside the operation so that the trucks didn't carry mud and debris out onto the highway. They did that. Martin Marietta did everything they said they were going to. I think just it's of interest, the Martin Marietta operation trying to be a good neighbor and has been a good neighbor as far as we can tell. They're adjacent to Guadalupe Heights. In the last 2 or 3 years, I've heard 0 complaints from any of the neighbors in Guadalupe Heights, which said that the dialogue between the two entities has been effective. So that's what the purpose of this town hall meeting is, and just to make the public aware. It'll be, like the judge said, at 5 o'clock on Friday. It'll be at the Ag Barn, Hill Country Youth Event Center, Happy Bank Exposition Facility, and we'll follow all of the COVID guidelines and recommendations for mask and equal distancing and so forth. So that's all I have.
Very good.
Commissioner,
Go ahead.
back up, there was a
there's a
resolution we did in 2016.
Right.
Do you intend to do another resolution?
Well, there have been people proposing we do another resolution. Thanks for bringing it up, Jonathan. That resolution was 5 years ago, almost to the date, and it said that we recognize that they're there. There's not a lot we can do, but we encourage reclamation of the properties and for them to be a good neighbor. And I think what I'm going to do is wait till after this town hall meeting, see if that needs to be modified or updated. So.
Another comment I'd make, Representative Murr, I know introduced legislation at the last session, and I think he intends to again this session to give some oversight into rock quarries and some requirements.
He's done it the last 2 sessions, right?
And,
so he'll do it again this time.
I just wanted to make note of it.
And I supported him before. I'm going to support him on that again.
I testified at both of those. I think I was the only one to testify in favor of reclamation, and I might add, it never gets out of subcommittee. So lots of lobbyists don't want any control over this.
I just wanted to note that
right.
Representative Murr has been supportive of the issue.
He sure has.
And we're supportive of him.
Right.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you.
Sheriff, I'm about to call item 1.10, but I think Mr. Schulenberg wants to talk on 1.11, and if you would just step out and clarify that with him, because he actually signed up for 113, and I think it's 111 that he wants to talk.
He wants 111.
Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and call 1.10, Ms. Doss. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to receive the first draft of the salary study recommendations from public sector. Jennifer Doss.
Calling Sam.
Hello, this is Kerr County Commissioners Court. This is Rob Kelly, the county judge. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good morning. How are y'all?
Good. And if you will speak up, I think we can. I'm going to put this where I think. I'm not quite that long. I think we got that where you can be heard, if you just speak up. And please identify yourself. Identify yourself and begin. This is Sam.
Sam Hines with Public Sector.
Okay.
Hi, Sam.
Okay. Hey Jennifer, I think I can about hear everybody. It's a little faint, but if I'm speaking out of turn, just let me know. So it sounds like you guys are ready to receive the update. I think I sent over. Hello. I sent over the PDF file, just kind of a short printout, just to give a really brief summary of the work that we've done up to this date. Just as a reminder. We had kind of met in spring of 2020. You guys had contracted with us to provide a classification and compensation study. With COVID kind of coming out, we had pushed the study back until September. We really began work on the project in earnest in September. And I just would kind of like to go over the work that we've performed up to this date, give you an idea of where we are at this current moment in time, and then an idea of where we're going to go in the future. So the first study that we began with was the job classification study. Job classification for us is looking at the distinct number of levels and types of positions that exist within the organization. The tool that we use to learn about the positions within the organization is called a position analysis questionnaire, and it's a document that we distributed to every employee within the organization. To begin the classification study, the first thing that we did was to hold 6 kickoff meetings with the department directors and elected officials. During these meetings, we discussed the study goals, objectives, and the PAQ. Shortly after holding those 6 kickoff meetings, the PAQs were distributed to all employees within the organization. They were given 3 weeks to complete the PAQ. They took 1 hour to 2 hours of company time to kind of tell us about what their job entails, maybe some things that we wouldn't know just by looking at their job title. After reviewing the PAQs, we came back to the county. We had reviewed approximately 228 PAQs. That was about 78% participation rate from all eligible employees, so that's actually a pretty good completion rate. Anything kind of over 60 or 70% we would consider pretty good. Some key findings from the classification study. You guys have 292 employees working in 126 distinct occupational job classifications. So once we've done a review of the position analysis questionnaires, we came back and gave a list of recommended titles. I think currently you guys have 139 working job titles, so after the classification study, we found some opportunities to simplify the titles that were in use and to make sure that they are being used consistently and cohesively across departments within the organization. So you guys did lose a few job titles for those. Job titles that are either being deleted or kind of going away. They were maybe moved into a new job class or given a title modification. Out of those 292 employees that are in those 126 occupational job classifications, 176 will retain their current title. 93 employees are looking at a title modification, so that's not necessarily being reclassified to a new job class, but just kind of cleaning up the titles, and then 23 employees will be reclassified to a new or existing job classification. So that could be an opportunity where, after reviewing the PAQ, we said, hey, it looks like your job title doesn't necessarily correspond to or align with the job duties that you described to us in this document. Let's give you a new job title that reflects the duties that you perform. So that was kind of step one, was learning about the jobs to make sure that we knew what the positions were before we went and looked for them out in the marketplace. So the rough timeline for the classification study, we kind of kicked off late September, and that probably ran through early November. Around early November, Jennifer and I started talking about who we wanted to include as the survey comparators. We also sent out a request to the county commissioners to you all to kind of get an idea of who you guys would like to see included in the study. At the end of the day, we ended up selecting 19 public sector comparator agencies to include in the study. We also included private sector data where available. So the salary survey, again, is really just a process by which an organization evaluates the average rate of pay at the midpoint for job classifications in the defined market. So we chose those 19 comparator agencies. From there, a public sector personnel consultant solicited pay plans, organizational charts, job descriptions, and benefits information from all of the comparator agencies. Out of those 126 job classifications that we had identified through the classification study, we were able to benchmark 81 of those. So that's about 64% of all positions within the organization we were able to get survey data for. That's also a pretty good rate. Usually we try and get 50% of all job classifications. I wanted to try and gather as much data as we could, so we were able to benchmark 81 where we were able to get a good amount of data for those jobs. So we have a salary survey sheet for each of these survey benchmarks. Some key findings from the salary survey. On the whole, the county looks to be paying at a competitive rate or above market for the majority of its positions. 9 out of 81 of the benchmark positions, which is 11%, we would classify as being behind market, which is more than negative 5% behind the market midpoint. 23 out of 81 benchmark positions seem to be within a competitive range, which we would define as being within plus or minus 5% of the market midpoint. And then 49 out of 81 benchmark positions are above market, which we would define as greater than 5% above the market midpoint. Some next steps, PSCC will make a range recommendation for each occupational job classification based on the survey data. Usually at kind of this juncture, we would be making sure to take care of those positions that are behind market to get them up to speed. You guys are in a little bit of a unique situation in that you guys have quite a few positions that are already at or above market. We're probably going to recommend that you guys kind of maintain the status quo for those positions, but make sure that you guys focus your attention and energies on getting those job classifications that are behind up to market. We are also currently in the middle of a benefit survey, which we had agreed to do in exchange for kind of moving some of the rollout stuff to a digital version. So we have that nearly completed. On the benefit survey, we are looking at the monthly dollar contributions by the employee and by the employer toward medical and dental premiums. We are looking at life insurance offerings, retirement offerings, and then a summary of vacation, sick leave, and holiday policy. So that's something that we have nearly completed that we are going to be turning into Jennifer shortly. And then just to kind of close out the study, we usually will be completing just like a formal report that will outline kind of the process that we use, some of the outcomes that we have achieved, and then some of the recommendations that we would give to you all moving forward to continue with your salary administration practices. So that's just kind of a quick update about the work that we've completed up to this date. Again, we did that classification study starting kind of late September, ending early to mid-November. After that, we began on the salary survey, solicited information from 19 comparator agencies, benchmarked 81 out of the 126 job classifications. The majority of your positions are above market, but for those that are behind market, we're going to be coming up with a plan to get those guys up to speed.
So repeat that last thing you said. So you'll come up with a plan then? Is that what you just said?
Sure, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you just said. You said you will come up with a plan. This is regarding the salary survey?
Yeah, so typically at the end we're going to be making like a range recommendation for each job classification based on the survey data.
Okay.
Because you guys are so far ahead on a lot of your positions, we're not going to recommend that you guys like reduce the rate for those jobs, but we're going to make sure that those ones that are behind, that they're put into an appropriate range.
So you'll make a recommendation on coming up but not reducing.
Yeah, so we can show you like where the job is in relationship to the market. We wouldn't make a recommendation that you reduce anybody's pay or that any job classifications move behind. But we want you guys to be aware that obviously that you guys have some job classifications that that you guys are paying above market for.
Yeah, okay.
So you guys can kind of afford to maybe press pause on those while you address the ones that are behind market.
So this, you'll come forward with this plan at some, how are we gonna do that, Jennifer? Some workshop or something like that?
Sam, you'll just provide that?
I think we'll put it on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
In other words, he's presented his initial work product to us. We have that in hand. And what he's talking about doing is putting together a more thorough plan with regard to the specific recommendations, with regard to the response to the salary study. And that'll be on a future Commissioners Court agenda.
And those will just be where we need to increase the salaries?
Yes.
As opposed, okay. Next question is, there's a column you have and it's called aged survey midpoint. What is aged? I don't understand.
So age survey midpoint, sometimes we may get a pay plan that is from like 2 years prior, or like 3 years prior. So sometimes this is included as a field in the study, just in case you guys ever wanted to like update in the future. To say, we don't want to do a full survey, but we know Bernie gave 3% to their employees. That's like something that could be plugged in so that you can like age the survey data. Or you may say, conservatively speaking, we think everybody's going to get 3%. What would that look like? How would that affect our relationship to the market? In this instance, all of the pay plans are gathered from this year. So there's not an aging factor to any of the data right now. But it could be something that you guys use in the future to age the data if you guys wanted to see like where's the market now as opposed to when we do the survey.
I still don't understand.
There just as in case there was any age survey data, but in this instance there wasn't any.
I still don't understand the term aged.
So it would be like, so we gathered all of the pay plans that were issued 10/1/2020. If we had a pay plan that was gathered like 10/1/2018, and we saw that they had given like 3% COLA, cost of living adjustment, we would age that data. We would add 3% to it.
Oh, I got you. I see what you mean. Okay, so you just bring it back to today's, what you think it would be today. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. One other question. To understand your age survey midpoint, will there be an opportunity to understand where that data came from? Not necessarily today, you've got too many things here. But we can do that offline, or I can, or
Well, I think Jennifer may have the information, but if she doesn't, Sam, I'd like to see the 19 agencies that you used to come up with the salary comparison.
Right.
Sure, we can get you guys a list of the agencies that we
The list of who they are, because that's one of the things we're going to be asked, I'm sure, is to who do you compare us to.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I'd like to, just get the 19 and then understand, well, anyway, sound like we'll get
And
that.
I can tell you that the Kerr County midpoint, that was just from our grading step, that's the average of step 1 to step 10.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay, so we'll have the 19 sources of age information, and then there'll be a plan on how to, what we might do for increasing salaries.
Correct.
Gotcha.
And then we're waiting on the benefits comparison.
Yeah, and the benefits comparison. Right, okay.
Is there any action that we need to take today?
I think this is just informational.
We're just receiving it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Sam, I want to thank you for the fine work that you've done, good progress, and we look forward to your final product.
Great. Yeah, thank you guys for being available. If you guys have any other questions, let Jennifer know and we'll be in touch. We've been in touch with them a lot, so I'm happy to answer their questions if you guys have any that come along. Just wanted to give the court an update today to let you guys know that we've made quite a bit of progress, and it appears that you guys are generally in a pretty good position in relation to the market, and then working with you guys just in the upcoming future to discuss some salary administration strategies and make sure that those ones that are behind are brought up to speed, and then kind of considering what you guys want to do going forward. So,
Very good. We appreciate it. Thanks for attending.
take care.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sam. Bye.
Okay, let me see if I can rush through a couple of things quickly.
Okay.
I know we've got Mr. Schulenberg here. Item 1.11 on the agenda is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve COVID vaccine resolution. I know Mr. Schulenberg wanted to speak on COVID, and I know you have a resolution.
Yes, I do. Let me say something at the beginning of this, if I may. I think everybody in the county feels like, and including members of the court, feels like the county is getting the short end of the stick, okay?
Amen.
On this whole deal of vaccine. I received an email last night that shows the vaccine distribution for the state for this week. Kerr County gets 0.
That's right, and that's because those determinations are made on Thursdays. They're made by the 17-member committee that's set up by the governor through DISHES. And we didn't get the information to file our application to become a vaccine hub in time to get it to them for last Thursday's allocation. But it has since been filed. After our Thursday, we had a meeting Thursday afternoon, we filed the application immediately that afternoon. But that's what happened.
Okay.
Not happy about it, but that's what happened.
Well, back from there, the state has changed the process mid-range and didn't notify everybody.
Right.
So, I mean, it's like some entities, mostly large cities, were notified of how to apply to be a hub, but.
So they didn't notify everybody how to be a hub?
No.
They did not.
God.
The leadership has been
from
abysmal.
28 to 100 and something, different places to go, so that spread everything out with the available number of doses. So.
The leadership from the state has not been equal.
Right.
It has not been fair and equitable.
Well,
and we're upset about it. We're meeting again tomorrow afternoon, or I think maybe it's tomorrow morning. I forget what time they have it, with Peterson and with the city, and quite frankly, where we are as a community, from the county, the city, the hospital, we're sick and tired of this, and we're not going to put up with it anymore.
Well, I drafted a resolution just to see if the court would agree with the resolution saying we want the state to be fair to us. So I'll read the resolution in a minute, but let me yield to.
But I'm trying to answer Mr. I've got 2 letters from Mr. Schulenberg on my desk right now that I have to respond to.
So we all do. You've gotten a bunch of emails. I've gotten a bunch of emails. I'm sure we've all gotten emails, which we won't all read them today. But anyway, I'll come back to the resolution in a moment.
But we would like to hear from you, Mr. Schulenberg. You've gone out of your way, and we are receptive.
Thank you. I understand the frustration of not getting shots in Kerr County. I've witnessed it, seen it. I got a particular axe to grind, and that's Kerr County is different. We've got 27% of our population is elderly, and CDC had recommended 2 tranches. State decided they only needed 1. Lieutenant Governor Patrick last Friday decided we ought to go back to 2, and I think we need 3 just because of our age distribution is far greater than in Texas or in nationwide. And I've stated on a piece of paper there what I think those 3 tranches are. By the way, I've got nothing against 60 years old people. I've got 3 kids that are in their 60s, and I understand there's a generational gap, and that's what I'm trying to address right now. But the older you get, the more infirm you get, and the older you get, also the greater difficulty you have in keeping up with the 65-year-old kids. We don't have as many computers. We don't have as much we don't have cell phones. A lot of us, I don't. And your circle of friends, they tend to start dying off faster than you can make new ones. And so we don't have the communication ability that a lot of others have. So I'm 90. I'm not concerned about me because I'm in good health, and I got my first shot out of the VA a week ago, so I'm set. But I've got a companion that's 89. She's got COPD, she's probably got about 1 chance in 4 of dying if she should get the disease. And there's a lot of people in that category in this county, and I think they desperately need to be addressed. So I'm just hoping that we'll find a way to deal with them, and deal with them at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some other data that I heard about, there's people in Kerr County that are going to Gillespie County getting shots, going to Uvalde and getting vaccines.
Kendall, Bear.
Kendall, they hear about it by different ways. So, you know, it's and I think everybody agrees unanimously that, you know, Kerr County just is not treated fairly for some reason.
I think another important point, and I'm sure the judge will correct me if I'm not exactly right on my terminology, I know Doe isn't here, but for over 10 years, we have been designated as a mass vaccination site under emergency plans.
For the region.
For the region.
We
and,
are the
and the state chose not to use that process to do a mass vaccination. They chose to go this hub route when they already had information in hand that Kerr County was able and willing and ready to do mass vaccinations. We can do, the hospital can do 1,000 or set up, we can do 1,000 vaccinations a day right now. But we just don't have it. And I don't know if they got any late last week, but as of last Thursday, Peterson Hospital has received no vaccines other than their first allotment of 500 before Christmas.
Right.
They were in line to get their second.
Yeah, they were looking to get a second batch. I'm not sure if it came in or not.
So for clarification, in national news last Friday, I think it was, and it may be right, may be incorrect, but Texas had administered 35% of the vaccines it had received from the federal government. 35%. Florida, 65%. You know, it's not just Kerr County's getting the short end of the stick. It's the state is not doing a good job.
Absolutely not.
Right, not doing a good job. It's just, and so where does the vaccine, when it comes here, where does it come? Does it come to the hospital? Does it come to HEB?
It goes to the qualified and approved providers, which includes Peterson, both HEBs, it includes Medical Arts, Family Practice, and I think CVS and Walgreens. There may be some more than that, but that's a pretty
So should
open.
people call each one of those 5 entities and say, put me on your list? Because I know that Dub said whenever we get approval, all those that have registered with HEB are going to be already approved. Now, who knew to call HEB?
Well, he also said that people
Wait,
were
just a second.
calling
So
all
my
agents.
question is, so who knew to call HEB? So just people did it and they're going to be already registered? That doesn't seem fair.
I knew to call, but it doesn't do any good because
That's right.
10 days ago, when I started personally, the big HEB had a list of 600 and they weren't taking any more names. Small HEB won't even take names.
But Dub said those that have already registered with HEB, when we get the vaccines, those people are already approved.
They're on the list.
Well, they're on the list.
Well, they're on-
and
but-
that is fluid also. And just so that you know, Dub met with us last Thursday afternoon, and as we speak today, the call center is open.
But for information.
For information and to coordinate these registrations and waiting
Oh.
lists.
But they're not taking names. Every day we've tried, I go to the website and every day.
Those are the providers. We're talking about the county has put together a centralized call center. It's been manned by our citizens, our community emergency response team, the CERT team, and extra volunteers. And they're open from, I think, what did he say, 8:30 to 4:30, Monday through Friday. And that telephone number is, if memory serves me right, 830-315-5900, 01, 02, 03, and 04. Those are the numbers to call for the centralized call center.
But what does the call center do?
It's trying to coordinate to get all this stuff organized because the state's giving us no leadership.
Can I say something? Doug mentioned while he was here last that people are calling every one of those outlets and putting themselves on the list.
Yep.
Right.
Well, that means when they do get a call from HEB, they're still on the list at Walgreens and Peterson and wherever. That messes things up, slows it down. It basically bumps somebody off the other list.
why they
So
went to
if we
this.
have it coordinated so that all of those entities have a single list, or at least somebody's trying to figure out who, if Mr. Smith got it, Mrs. Jones got it, and somebody else can come in and get it. That's why we needed the
So let me understand. If you will call one of the 5 numbers the judge just said, your name gets put on the list. Is that correct or not?
I'm not sure.
I don't think that's true.
Well, I think we need to.
Because
This
it's
is-
Dub. He said all it is, let me finish. All it is of information. It is not to put your name on the list.
Well, if so, then it's changed because he stated in here last time he was here.
Well, it's what he said in
People were
email.
getting on lists in different places.
So what is it?
My understanding is that it's just an information, they're not taking names.
Right.
If we get to be a hub, which we hope, and that will solve a lot of the problem, then there will be an online registration for the
Okay.
time slots.
Okay.
But right now, that's not up because we don't have any vaccine.
Well then, okay, so they're not taking names, the way I understood it too, not putting on the list, it'll be done on a web or whatever. But the people that have 600 at HEB are already on the list. So, unfair.
And I don't know how the entities, I mean, I know Medical Water Pharmacy has a long list, I think they all do, that took names. But that's up to those private providers to figure out how they're gonna handle it when they get their vaccine. You know, it's
But so-
something,
but so-
the government can't step in and do that.
So that this court understands and the public understands what happened to us. We didn't get any more vaccine after that first shipment. So I start calling Andy Murr, our state representative. Murr gets on the phone and calls Dishes and said, why isn't Kerr County getting any more vaccine? They say, well, they're not a hub. And so Murr calls me and he says, you need to apply to be a hub. I said, what's a hub? They didn't tell us about any hubs. They didn't tell us anything. They didn't give us any guidance whatsoever. So they say, you got to do this. Well, we got it in. But we got it in on Thursday afternoon and they'd already made the decisions that morning. This committee is made up of 17 members, 4 of which are elected officials, state representatives and senators. And those people, to me, are fair game for us to complain about not being treated equitably and fairly in this situation. I'm not trying to go after the doctors and the other people that are serving on that committee. They're all doing the best they can, I understand. But those politicians need to be held accountable for the unequal distribution of vaccines in this state, in my opinion.
That's political.
Absolutely.
And I believe that Doug sent out the names and you know, I know some members of the court, and maybe it's going to be in the press release, I'm not sure. It's 2 senators and 2 reps. I know the only 2 names I remember off that list is Eddie Lucio.
Yeah.
He's a senator. He's a rep, I believe. And Senator Colcord is on the list. The other 2, I don't remember off the top of my head.
But to you, Mr. Schulenberg, and to the public, we apologize. We are very unhappy about this, and we're doing everything we can.
I understand.
And I'm to the point I'm ready to take my boot off and start pounding on the table until we get vaccines.
Just frustrating all the way around for everybody.
Well, with that, I'd like to propose a resolution, make a motion. I'm going to read it. It's regarding the inadequate supply, I'm going to read that again. Regarding the inadequate supply of COVID-19 vaccine for Kerr County. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating effect on Kerr County and much of the world, and I'm going to quit saying whereas every time, vaccines have been developed in the United States and have been proven to be effective, and the vaccines are being rapidly distributed by the federal government to individual states for distribution, and whereas and priorities have been suggested by Texas Department of State Health Services, DSHS, for administering the vaccine according to Category 1A, Category 1B, Category 1A, health care workers, Category 1B, people above 65 years and older, people 16 of age and older with chronic medical conditions, and essential non-health care workers, whatever that is. Whereas it is reported approximately 50% of the vaccines provided in the state has been administered. Well, that should be 35% rather than 50%. Kerr County has over 3,400 healthcare workers in Category 1A, a population with 30% of people 65 years of age and older, and a large number of temporary winter residents from colder climates that are here. Kerr County has established a process, the facilities, and the personnel for administering the vaccines up to 800 to 1,000 people per day. Kerr County has received only approximately 1,000 vaccine dosage from the state. Counties near Kerr County, which receive enough vaccine dosages from the state of Texas to be administered to cover all the people for category, or including Category 1B. Stand by, technical issue here. Whereas counties near Kerr County, I repeat myself there. Therefore, be it resolved, Kerr County Commissioners Court does hereby request the State of Texas Department of State Health Services, Senator Don Buckingham, State Representative Andrew Murr, and other responsible state officials take the necessary action to expeditiously provide a substantial increase in COVID-19 vaccine dosages for Kerr County. So that's my motion.
Second.
A motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Letts, to approve a resolution regarding the inadequate supply of COVID-19 vaccine for Kerr County. Any other discussion?
2 points. One, sent a text that they are not taking names, just to clarify on the calling
Okay.
number, they're not taking names. Only I would add, I would recommend that this be sent to Senator Buckingham and Representative Murr and the 4 members of
the
selection
selection
board,
4 elected
Lucia, the 4 elected officials as
Thank you.
well, and authorize the county judge to add a cover letter as he feels appropriate.
Perfect.
Good.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand.
Good deal.
Unanimous, 5-0.
Thank you.
Good as we can do.
Thank you for coming down. We really appreciate your
Thanks,
presence.
Ted.
Okay, it is 10:23. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I know, you're here. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back, and at that time, we'll take the 10 o'clock timed items that we have to do because we're required to do those first. Then we will take the 10:30 timed item. Then we will go back to item 1.12 and 1.13. So with that, we stand recessed for 10 minutes. Court will come back to order. I apologize for the delays. We have a couple of timed items. The first one is at 10 o'clock is 1.14. It's a public hearing for a revision of plat for Kerr Vista Ranch, Section 4, lots 15, 16, and 17. Looking for, this is a public meeting. Is there anybody here that would like to address the court with regard to the public hearing on the revision of plat for Kerr Vista Ranch, Section 4, lots 15, 16, and 17? Okay, there being none, that meeting is adjourned. At this time, I call item 1.15, which is a public hearing for revision of plat for Spicer Ranch Number 3, Track 151. Court is now in session. Is there anyone here who would like to make a presentation for a public hearing? There being none, then that meeting is adjourned. Let's move on to item 1.16. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to approve a revision of plat for Spicer Ranch Number 3, Track 151. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. This proposal subdivides Spicer Ranch Number 3, Track 151, is currently 11.58 acres into 2 tracks and dedicates right-of-way along Harville Road. Track 151A will be 10.29 acres and Track 151B will be 1.02 acres. The property access and road frontage to both lots will be on Harville Road. We just had a public hearing on this. Nobody spoke. County engineer requests that the court approve a revision of plat for Spicer Ranch Number 3, Tract 151, Volume 3, page 85, Precinct 1.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Moser, to approve the revision of plat for Spicer Ranch Number 3, Tract 151. Any additional discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous. Item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action for the court to waive platting oversight and approval to the city of Kerrville for an amending plat for Las Colinas of Kerrville, lots 5, 6, 11, 12, 58, and 59. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. This proposal combines 6 existing lots into 2 lots. Lots 5 and 6 will be combined into Lot 5R, 2.17 acres, with road frontage on San Juan Mission and Las Riconas. Lots 11, 12, 58, and 59 will be combined into Lot 12R, 56.49 acres, with road frontage on Espada Mission and San Juan Mission. These lots are located in Kerrville's ETJ and would typically be platted through both the city of Kerrville and Kerr County. This request is for the court to waive platting oversight and approval to the city of Kerrville. Although platting oversight would be waived, signature blocks for both the Kerr County Floodplain Administrator and the OSSF designated representative would be required. And we do not maintain the roads that are affected by this. So the county engineer requests the court waive platting oversight and approval to the city of Kerrville for an amending plat for Las Colinas of Kerrville, lots 5, 6, 11, 12, 58, and 59, volume 8, page 34, precinct 1.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Baloo, seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve waiving the platting oversight and approval to the city of Kerrville for amending plat for Las Colinas, lots 5, 6, 11, 12, 58, and 59. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Item 1.18, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to release letter of credit number 122108 in the amount of $929,878.15 issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort as a financial guarantee for the construction of privately maintained road and drainage improvements in the Hidden Springs Phase 1 subdivision, and acknowledge completion of construction of the privately maintained roads and drainage in Hidden Springs Phase 1. Charlie.
Thank you. Both of the next items, 118 and 119, are the same subdivision, 2 different phases, and this letter of credit that we're asking to be released covered both of them, so that it's not a typo in the minutes or anywhere else. I'll go ahead and go through the items now. The Hidden
Charlie,
Springs.
if you'd like, I can go ahead and call at the same time 1.19 because that's just the phase 2, right?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Let me call that at the same time. That'll make it
Okay.
easier for your presentation. We'll also call item 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to release the letter of credit number 122108 in the amount of $929,878.15 issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort as a financial guarantee for the construction of privately maintained road and drainage improvements in the Hidden Springs Phase 2 subdivision and acknowledge completion of construction of the privately maintained roads and drainage in Hidden Springs Phase 2. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. The Hidden Springs Phase 1 final plat was approved on May 29, 2018, along with the letter of credit number 101208 in the amount of $701,588 issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort, Texas, as a financial guarantee for the construction of roads and drainage. Said letter of credit expired May 29, 2019. The developer authorized a new letter of credit number 114408 in the amount of $289,525 issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort, Texas, as a financial guarantee to complete construction. At the time, it was paving and vegetation was all they lacked. A third and final letter of credit number 122108 in the amount of $929,878.15 was issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort, Texas, as a financial guarantee to complete unfinished construction, paving, and vegetation for both phases 1 and 2 combined. Said letter of credit expires February 25th, 2021, which is next month. Paving in Phase 1 of Hidden Springs consists of a 2-inch thick hot mix asphalt surface and concrete ribbon curbing for the portions of Phase 1 that lie within Kerr County, and includes 0.4 miles of Inspiration Loop North, 0.6 miles of Inspiration Loop South, and 0.1 miles of Phlox Trail. This pavement meets or exceeds Kerr County subdivision regulations. However, per the plat, these roads are privately maintained. In the fall of 2020, it was noted during pavement inspections that some areas lacked full pavement thickness, or the pavement was not properly compacted, both of which could lead to water intrusion and premature pavement failure. The developer's paving contractor, Allen Keller Company, resolved these concerns by repaving the thin areas with hot mix, followed by applying a surface treatment to all of the pavement. They used the Ergon Onyx process, ONYX. This method was approved by the developer and his third-party engineering consultant, Pavtex of Dripping Springs, Texas. Paving in Phase 2 of Hidden Springs consists of a 2-inch thick hot mix asphalt surface and concrete ribbon curbing, and includes Inspiration Loop, 2.4 miles, Adra Hood Drive, 0.4 miles, Fig Leaf Court, 0.1 miles, Nectar Court, 0.1 miles, Flowering Sage Lane, 0.4 miles, Crepe Myrtle Court, 0.2 miles, Artesian Court, 0.1 miles, Dow Court, 0.06 miles, Fern Ridge Court, 0.1 miles, Lavender Court, 0.08 miles. Again, the same issues, because they were paving both phases 1 and 2 at the same time. Some of those pavement failures were also in Phase 2, and the contractor corrected it. It has been approved by the developer. It has been approved by his third-party engineer, which is Pavtex of Dripping Springs, Texas. With that being said, County Engineer requests that the court release letter of credit number 122108 in the amount of $929,878.15 issued by Security State Bank and Trust of Comfort, Texas, as a financial guarantee for the construction of privately maintained road and drainage improvements in the Hidden Springs Phase 1 and Phase 2 subdivisions, and acknowledge completion of construction of the privately maintained roads and drainage in Hidden Springs Phase 1 and Phase 2, Precinct 3. And that covers both items, 117 and 118.
Great looking subdivision. Did a good job on this, like he does with all the subdivisions. I'll move for approval of agenda items.
Second. Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Moser to approve Release of the letter of credit for
Phase 1 and Phase 2.
Phase 1 and Phase 2 of Hidden Springs subdivision, correct?
Yeah, correct, and I should say for the record, it's credit number 122108 and in the amount of $929,878.15.
And it's for Phase 1 and Phase 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Okay, the next timed item is item 1.20. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action from the court to select a bridge alignment for Witt Road Bridge Reconstruction Project. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you. In your packet, there is a picture, an aerial picture that really shows it very well. Witt Road Bridge has cypress trees on either side of the bridge. The cypress trees have been there a little bit probably before the bridge was built in 1950. They were much smaller back then. So on November 25th, 2019, Kerr County adopted a resolution to perform an equivalent match project, which was the Fall Branch Creek Channel Restoration under Camp Scenic Loop Road Bridge, in return for a waiver of the local match fund participation required on the approved federal off-system bridge program, which we're talking about the Witt Road Bridge reconstruction over Prairie Creek. Our local match requirement is $116,356.50. Once the attached advanced funding agreement that's in your packet was executed, TxDOT began engineering the bridge replacement. 2 cypress trees are in conflict with the existing bridge and will likely die when the existing bridge is demolished. If the new bridge is to remain in its current alignment, engineering will be completed this summer for a fall 2021 bid letting. There are 2 bridge alignment possibilities and 3 options for the court as follows. Option 1, the new bridge remain in the existing bridge alignment. The 2 conflicting cypress trees will be removed. The project would be bid in the fall of 2021. Option 2, the new bridge is moved downstream from the existing bridge alignment. 1 downstream cypress tree will be removed, 1 upstream cypress tree will remain, but is anticipated to die from demolition of the existing bridge, thus posing a future hazard to the new bridge. Additional right-of-way will be required, delaying the project 6 months to a year. All costs associated with right-of-way acquisition are the responsibility of Kerr County per the advanced funding agreement. Option 3, abandon the bridge and the project. Engineering costs to date incurred by TxDOT would need to be reimbursed by Kerr County up to $129,285 per the advanced funding agreement. The bridge would need to be abandoned and removed from use by either demolition, likely killing 2 cypress trees, or physical barriers such as steel bollards and cul-de-sacs constructed so vehicles can turn around, unless a quarter of a mile away from Witt Road Bridge is abandoned with the bridge. So a quarter mile of the road was abandoned with the bridge. So those are the 3 options. We can leave it in the same alignment. We can move the alignment. It'll delay. It'll add some cost for right-of-way acquisition. In both of those scenarios, you're probably going to lose both trees. And then the third one is just keep using the bridge till we can't use it any longer, and then shut it off from everyone's use. And if you have to demolish the bridge, then you might lose the trees from demolishing the bridge. If you can find a way to abandon the whole stretch of road, and of course the problem with that is we would have to reimburse TxDOT back for their engineering costs, which is, I think they said they spent 60 to 70% of that $129,285.
So Charlie and I spent a long time on looking at this bridge over a year and a half or something like that. Been out there with TxDOT. We had a long meeting with them, Telecom, the other day, going through this stuff. We hope to be able to move the bridge downstream a bit, save. It's a 6-foot diameter cypress tree at the base, so it's an old tree. You hate to cut down a tree like that, but to do that, as Charlie said, it's going to delay the project. Plus, we have to go through all the environmental stuff to get another 15 or 20 feet of right-of-way on the thing. Re-engineer the bridge, So came up with the option, just ignore it, abandon it. That's not a good thing because we're gonna cost us some high portion of 129,000. So I'll make the motion that we leave the bridge alignment as planned, have the trees removed as part of the construction, that'll be part of the cost, and let the bridge be let for contract in the fall of 2021. I've notified some of the property owners around there that that's probably what we were going to do. They understood it, to abandon the bridge and divert the road to the south, okay, and then tie into Highway 480 further down is not good because it's a sharp turn, and hay trailers and cattle trailers and things like that can't make that turn. So I'll make the motion that we leave the plans as is with the bridge alignment as designed and let the TxDOT proceed with their program to replace the bridge.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Harris to adopt, I believe that's the first option.
Yes.
Completing the bridge and removing the trees.
Correct.
Is there any discussion?
Basically, it says to leave the alignment as planned.
Right,
Yeah.
option A.
Yeah.
Question I have, is the right of way there a prescriptive easement or do we have?
Yes.
It's prescriptive?
Yes.
So technically the county does not own those areas?
They're within the prescriptive right-of-way and the fence lines.
I believe it's prescriptive right of way only covers the road. Not any land right of way.
And my question
And
is,
the reason is, if we don't own the trees, we can't surplus them. If we do own the trees, we can surplus them unless someone can maybe come out and use them at least for lumber.
which is what I was wondering.
But if we don't own the trees,
I think that's
Be up to the
it's
state.
an interesting legal question. And I'm looking at the county attorney and our county engineer. I know that we have prescriptive easements for the roadway surface.
right, and I think that's all we have.
I think so, because I ran into this where some trees were down, and the county came out, and they wanted the county to cut them up. The county just takes them off the road, and that's it.
They're probably in a navigable stream also.
Anyway, it's, I think we need to go forward with that.
But we'd have to get the landowner's
Right.
agreement, permission to take down those trees.
All the options is a bad day for the cypress trees.
It is, right, too bad.
And
We-
you
we-
said there's no extra cost at all, no additional whatever.
Well, if we abandon the current alignment and the design work, we have to reimburse the state. Right now, we don't have to, we didn't have to come, the way we came up, and I'll let Charlie talk about it, the way we came up with our fair share of the project was through work that we'd done on other areas in the county.
But that's a big job, you're saying it's not gonna cost anything to take down two big cycles.
I didn't say that at all.
TxDOT does.
TxDOT.
Okay,
TxDOT.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
getting at.
TxDOT pays for it.
No cost to us.
Correct, correct.
That's true.
The loss of the aesthetics.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get somebody's permission, I think.
And whether it's prescriptive or not, I think we just let TxDOT deal with the trees.
That's it.
Right.
That's it. Right.
So we're just gonna stay with the plan.
That's it.
We're staying
Stay with the
course.
plan.
Let them do the eminent domain.
Any other discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous 5-0.
Good.
Sorry for losing the trees.
Yep, me too.
Okay, the last timed item we have on the agenda today is item 1.21. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on an order authorizing the issuance of Kerr County, Texas Tax Note Series 2021, securing the payment thereof by authorizing the levy of an annual ad valorem tax, and approving and authorizing the execution of a paying agent registrar agreement, a purchase contract, and an investment letter, and all other instruments and procedures related thereto. We have Dusty Trailer here with us today. Y'all remember Dusty, he's been here with us several times. This is the tax anticipation notes that we talked about purchasing the capital improvements for our capital improvement planning committee proposal. And I got a call, and I love telling this story because I got a call at 5 o'clock Friday from our county auditor. And I was sitting at home outside at the table with my two dogs, and when you get a call from your county auditor at 5 o'clock on a Friday, that usually doesn't bode well. I had no idea what to expect. but it was all good news. And Dusty's here today to deliver the news. When we started this process, I'm going to say where we're coming from and let Dusty tell you where we are. We anticipated that the cost to borrow this money with these tax notes, these would be 7-year notes, was going to be somewhere between 1.25 and maybe 1.35% interest. And that's the way we proceeded throughout our CIP process. Well, I will tell you that I had a very good conversation with our auditor on Friday, and Dusty Traylor is here today to share the news with you. So if you would, please.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, again, Dusty Traylor, Managing Director with RBC Capital Markets. We have the honor and privilege of serving Kerr County as financial advisor. And Judge, I would echo your remarks. I was delighted to get these bids when we put these bids out. We put these bids out earlier in January to give banks an opportunity to evaluate the credit and put out their proposals for bids on the county's tax note. And remember when we discussed making $2.5 million available for local funds. Total tax note issue size is $2.545 million. We received bids back, 5 total bids back, 5 conforming bids. The lowest interest cost bid that was received was from Security State Bank and Trust here locally with a bid of 0.691 over the 7-year life. And that, I want to point out, these are all fixed rates of interest. 0.691. Their bid would produce a project fund or available funds for the county's projects totaling $2,499,400. Their bid was non-callable, meaning there's no option to refinance the notes early or to call the notes earlier than their stated maturity, meaning using your local funds to pay them off earlier or using other funds to maybe extend the life, whatever it may be, for a flexibility option.
And just for me to flesh that out in my words, what that means is we'd be borrowing that money for 7 years, not any less than that, for a full 7 years at less than 1% interest, 0.691.
That's correct. That's correct.
And that's Security State Bank?
Yes, sir.
And these are not callable?
This particular bid is not callable.
Okay, that's important to listen to the things you're going to hear next.
Then the next lowest bid we had is from Broadway Bank, 0.747. Their bid actually provides for a full project deposit of a full $2.5 million, and their notes are callable at any time. And so that, again, gives you a little bit more flexibility. What we did here in the memo that we prepared, we provided just a summary maturity schedule, debt service schedule for these 2 lowest cost options for you, and giving you total debt service for each. And basically what you see there is the Security State Bank and Trust, their total debt service would be about $2,615,040. Which is about $6,500 less over the life of the notes than the bid from Broadway Bank. But again, Broadway's is callable. And also, just to point out the other conforming bids we received, 1.2% from BB&T. I think they call themselves Truist now. Capital One, 1.25, and TIB, the Independent Bankers Bank, of 1.39%.
And so that the public understands, and for those of us that work with numbers in finance, we use terms like callable, and we know what that is. And when I was talking to Tanya on the phone Friday, I went back over that to make sure that I wasn't missing something. And callable is where we get to pay off early. So that's what we're losing here, is the option to give us to pay it off early. It would be a full 7-year note if we went with Security. If we go with Broadway, then we can pay it off at any time.
Correct.
Or certain times.
That's correct.
We probably wouldn't want to jump in paying off a 0.7% loan.
That's my thinking.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I think that's agreed.
I'm being facetious.
Remember, we refinanced bonds earlier late last year from a little bit higher interest rate to a lower interest rate. I don't foresee that we're going to take 0.7% and go to some materially lower interest cost. I don't foresee that.
We're going to have to suck it up and know we're going to pay 0.7% interest.
That's right. Now, the only consideration that I would have the court just consider is if for some reason you ever thought your $371,000 per year, $372 per year average annual debt service, if for some reason you felt like you needed to reduce that debt service, and to do that you would have to stretch out the life of the notes. That would be the reason to call it and basically refinance it to a longer term. That would be the flexibility that you.
What was, just Dusty, basically what's the number, what would it cost us for that flexibility between the lowest and the second?
Again,
how much is it?
$6,500.
$6,500 for the flexibility.
How, without the call provision, and assuming we do a bond issue and the episode passes in 2 years, will be how, or is there any negative impact to not being able to roll this debt into that debt when we refinance?
If the potential negative is that you've got to maintain this annual debt service payment at the $370,000 per year, given the 7-year final maturity. If later on you decided with that package you wanted to stretch out the term on these projects, maybe you drop that annual debt service requirement to something below $300. You get a little more flexibility.
Right. Well, could you, if it is a bond, as you presume to be 20 years, 30
correct,
on that bond, could you structure that repayment?
Could structure the bond repayment around this.
Around this debt service, so we don't have too much debt service in the first couple of years of that new issue.
That's right. You could do that. That's correct.
Great options to have.
So it's they're fantastic options. I mean, I kind of.
It's 0.75 versus 0.7, rounded off.
That's right. That's right. And so the agenda item gives you guys the authority to select which one of these options. You just need to read it into the minutes, and then Tom Spurgeon, Jay Juarez, your bond attorneys, will prepare the documents accordingly.
Do you have a strong recommendation? Ray, any recommendation, one way or the other?
We'll never see money at this rate ever again in our lifetime.
You won't see money like this again. I don't think we will. I mean, I would have said that a year ago at the 1.25,
Right.
1.39.
Yeah, I did.
You know,
I did.
That's right. Right. So I think if you're looking for the absolute lowest cost money and you've got it with a 0.69, then you take that. And
if we want the flexibility to prepay the note, then you take the
That's right.
Broadway bid
That's right.
at 0.75. And I truthfully feel very strongly both ways.
Yes.
I love this dilemma.
Yeah. I mean, the only advantage I see, and who knows what the future's gonna hold, but if we do a bond issue and it passes, it may be nice to have the flexibility.
That's true.
In the future.
And the way that would translate, what Commissioner Letts is describing here, is we basically have to refinance the dirt and rocks underneath the buildings that we built. And so that would be, if you want to refinance the building and the dirt and rocks, we need to have the ability to call and pay off this note.
That's right.
And it will, but if I'm right in my quick analysis of this, and correct me if I'm wrong. So, assuming we issue additional debt for the construction of the buildings, and we have this debt service, so we have to push paying a little bit of the front end cost further into the future, we will be paying more interest on that larger sum for a longer period of time. And that very well could be cost more than $6,500.
That's true. That's true. And potentially pushing it into not only pushing out further, but out further in a higher interest rate environment. If rates.
If we had to give an educated guess today, and I'm including you as part of our team here.
Yes.
Do we think that the interest rates are going to be higher than they are today in 2 to 3 years? And I believe that they will be.
Yes.
I believe they will be.
Yes.
So locking into a rate like this is probably the best thing we can do.
Agreed.
It's a question of which one.
I would probably go with a this isn't a motion, it's more of a discussion to go with the callable, because it gives us more flexibility in the future, and it may have an impact financially, if we do a bond package.
I agree. If we didn't see that 0.69, we'd be jumping up and down with the other.
That's right.
So, and plus the
I
flexibility.
will tell you, the bid packet that was put out for bidders to consider contemplated callable. It contemplated that it would be callable.
Let me ask a question, Dusty.
Yes, sir.
Did Security State Bank give us a bid on the callable note?
They did, but it was after it was a full day after the bids were due.
I got you.
We called them and asked them to clarify, and they came back and gave us a bid on callable, but it was a full day after the bids were due, and in our mind.
Say no more, I understand. We all understand how we have to do this work.
Yep.
But I am extremely proud of our local financial institutions and their willingness to partner with us in this endeavor. This is historic.
Yeah.
So your motion is to go with the 0.75 on the callable notes?
Yes, I make a motion that we go with the callable note with Broadway Bank at 0.747.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Letts, seconded by Commissioner Harris, to go with the callable notes at Broadway Bank at 0.747% interest. Any discussion?
Just comment, I can go with the other one almost just as easily.
Right. So basically what this means is we're paying $6,500 more for flexibility.
Correct.
Yes, that's what it means.
I will say this, any normal bond deal that you're doing, say it's a longer life bond transaction, like if you were to go out and finance a 20-year bond program, there would be a 10-year call feature in that. If you were to take out the 10-year call feature of a normal life bond issue, the interest cost would also be less, right? You always pay a little bit
Less.
for that flexibility, just the way it is.
Okay. Any other comment or discussion? Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
I would echo your comments. I was delighted to see the aggressive bids by some of your local partners.
It would have been funner if you could seen the concern on my face when I got the call.
Yeah.
My wife hands me the phone and says, it's from your auditor. Oh, no.
But Judge, I completely understand. I wrestled with this all day Friday, so.
Very good.
There is one other question. We've got a while before we present this to the voters. These locked in?
These are locked in.
This won't go to the vote.
No.
This is done, only the bond issue.
Bond issue.
Oh, yeah.
So this would play into it.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Thanks, Doug.
Thank you all very much.
Okay.
Congratulations. Great to see you all.
Okay, those were the timed items, and let me get one thing, and we'll take a short break before we begin our longer issue here. I'm going to call 1.12, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the 2021 engagement letter with Gabriel Redder Smith and Company for the 12/31/2020 OPEB valuation and GSAB 75 valuation report for fiscal years ending 2021 and 2022. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, we have a master agreement with Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company to provide other post-employment benefits, which is your OPEB actuary, I can't say the word now.
Actuarial.
Thank you. Valuations and reports. And so that one was signed in 2018 and it's up in June of 2023. So this is an ongoing service, and so they provide us with a new engagement letter every 2 years. So this one is for $10,775. Last year we paid $10,425. And I say last year, the last 2 year period. We do this for audit. This is so that they can place a value on the benefit we give for if you retire in Kerr County at age 60. We paid a portion of the health insurance for 5 years. We do ask that people move to Medicare at age 65, but then we continue supplementing the drug plan and also the supplemental insurance.
Second.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Blue, seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve the renewal of the engagement letter with Gabriel Roeder Smith and Company for our OEB and GSAD evaluation reports. Any discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Unanimous, 5-0. Okay, with that, we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda will be, I'm not calling it yet, will be 1.13. We'll take about a 5-minute break and let everybody get situated, and then we'll begin the discussions on that. Before we come back to order. Good. The next item on the agenda is 1.13. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding approval of the concept plan and other related documents for Eden Farms, a multi-use condominium regime development consisting of single-family residence and RV lots in Center Point. Charlie Hastings.
Let me start with Judge, if I may.
Before we get into the advocacy, Commissioner, what I'd really like to ask Charlie to do is to set the stage for us so we know where we are in the development process.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Well,
I'd rather
have the county
Charlie,
engineer.
Judge, I put the agenda item on, if I may. I said Moser and Hastings. I'd like to start, if I may.
Why?
Because I'm going to give you an overview of what we're going to talk about. I had a town hall meeting, which is not part of the engineer's responsibility. I want to report on that.
Oh, that's going to be reported. What I'm trying to find out now, we've got subdivision rules.
Right.
And I don't know what the current subdivision rules, because they're not posted on the website. And so I want to ask Charlie where we are in the subdivision process here.
Okay, and that's going to be part of the discussion, if I may. Okay, subdivision.
Well, then I'm going to start asking you questions. Where are the subdivision rules?
If I may just tell you what the outline of the presentation is going to be, okay? So we can start with what the concept, what the proposed development is, okay? So everybody in the public knows what it is, okay? For that reason, to discuss what the schedule would be for the proposal, to discuss how it applies to subdivision rules, talk about water availability, which is part of that, talk about stormwater drain, talk about the agreements with Headwater, Groundwater, with Aqua Texas, with Kendall County, and then talk about condominium regime and agreements associated with that, and what the concept approval would be.
And what I want to know, to be very clear, is we have a subdivision development process.
Right.
And we have rules, and we revised those rules this past year, correct?
We've been working on revisions, they've not been adopted.
Okay, so we've been working on revisions.
Yes, sir.
Right.
We've already had a manufactured home problem in here, and we haven't revised those rules yet, I don't think, have we?
Correct.
And so I'm just trying to get our county engineer to tell us, where are we? This is a subdivision opportunity, right?
Yes, sir.
And so if we just got in a jetliner at 35,000 feet, we're going to land this thing and get down in the weeds. Okay, that's what this thing is about, is to go into the specifics, the details, right? That's what you listed off, all those details.
Yeah, I want to get through each one of those details in some orderly way.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay?
I want to find out where we are with regard to subdivision.
Okay, subdivision rules.
The Kerr County subdivision regulations require that if you're going to develop a condominium, you still follow the subdivision regulations, including preparing a plat. So the things that are going to need to be done, and that we will look at our rules and compare the two and make sure that they're following our rules, are the following: a plat and construction plans. My understanding is they plan on submitting a plat with construction plans. The reason that they're here with a concept plan is to make sure that they can move forward with that. One of the things that we'll be looking at is lot density commensurate with water availability. Another thing would be sanitary sewer service. Are they going to use septic systems, or are they going to use a public facility, a public sewer system? Next would be roads. The roads would need to be built to county standards, whether they're private or public. And drainage would need to be built to county standards, whether public or private. There would also need to be compliance with the floodplain regulations if they apply, which my understanding is, when I look at the floodplain regulation maps, none of their development is in the floodplain.
Okay, what I'm getting at, Charlie, is we've got subdivision rules for normal platted subdivisions, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is not a normal platted subdivision.
But it will follow those normal rules.
I understand. That's what you're going to tie into throughout this discussion.
Yes, sir.
But this is not a regular, traditional platted subdivision.
It's different because it's a condominium, yes, sir.
Right. Now, we went through one here not long ago over manufactured housing out off Highway 27. You remember that one?
Yes, sir.
And that comes under different rules, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's because it's their manufactured housing or mobile homes?
Correct.
And there's a whole different set of statutes that apply to that and a set of rules that apply to that.
Yes, sir.
And this is not that either, is it?
It is not.
So it's not a platted subdivision, nor is it a mobile home or manufactured housing subdivision.
Correct.
We have subdivision rules for platted subdivisions, right?
Yes.
We have subdivision rules for manufactured housing subdivisions, right?
Yes, sir.
And we're working on those. They're works in progress, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what rules do we have for condominium regimes?
Our subdivision regulations.
Just the subdivision regulations?
Yes, sir.
So whatever's in the subdivision regulations is applicable to whatever this condominium regime
Yes, sir.
development is going to be? Okay.
Correct.
So that sets the stage of where we are, and we're going to land the plane.
And I could add to that, similar when we did the mobile home regulations, there is a statute in state law that says thou shalt not impose greater restrictions on a mobile home park than you do to your normal subdivision regulations. It's the same for condominiums.
I think it's very important for everyone here and the people on TV with YouTube to understand that whatever we do with regard to a condominium development or even a mobile home development, a manufactured housing development, cannot be any more restrictive than our subdivision.
That's correct.
Correct.
It can be less restrictive, but not more.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Okay, with the getting the public's input, we had a town hall meeting at Centerpoint Auditorium last Friday, and we had, I believe it was last Friday, had approximately 75 people there.
I don't think it was Friday, was it?
It wasn't. Wednesday. It was Wednesday.
Yeah.
It was Wednesday, excuse me. Next Friday's the other town hall meeting. So anyway, we had a town hall meeting there. We posted notices, the meeting was where it's going to be held. Approximately 75 people showed up. There was a lot of discussions of what it is, what it isn't, and what the lot size are going to be, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it was a good information interchange. I think one thing that came out of the town hall meeting, which was very important, was drainage. Okay, number one, and you'll see in the details here, the storm drain is planned in the proposed plating that they have. There's an issue with the county, however, and Charlie will talk a little bit about this, is when TxDOT did all of the drainage along Highway 27 between Centerpoint and the airport, they took the water up to Highway 27.
I remember that.
There's one area that does not get the water from Highway 27 to the river. And we've talked about that for the last several years. To get the easement and to improve our drainage is I recall, is something in the neighborhood of $1 million. Okay? So this subdivision, the drain plan goes consistent with getting the water to Highway 27. The county needs to do its part in getting the water from Highway 27 to the river. That was the big thing that came out of the town hall meeting last Wednesday. There was another discussion on fire hydrants, which is not a showstopper. It's going to be fire hydrants that are in other areas Aqua Texas provides the water for. Those were the two big items. And then there was the discussion of what condominium regimes mean, and I think we'll talk more about that. But that set the stage, and I get the public input, and I think we've got a lot of people here that probably want to talk more about that today too. So with that, what I'd like to do is have Brandon or the engineer then follow the outline of here's what it is, here's what we're going to do, here's our plan and schedule, here's our relationship with Aqua Texas Headwater, groundwater, and so forth.
A quick comment just is that just for the public really. If somebody follows our rules, administratively we have to approve it. We cannot, because it's something different, it's, an area we don't like, whatever like that, we can't make a decision on that. Our vote has to be, if they're complying with the rules and regulations that we have locally, and you know, what we can do with the state rules as well.
Right.
Very important point.
Well, my name is Brandon Amkin. I was here a little over a week ago and presented this initially. What I don't know is, are we using the IT stuff for the little map layout, or are we just going to go with what you guys have in front of you?
We've made no provision.
Do you have,
Does that answer the question?
do you have a handout?
I've got the handout.
You'll have the,
I think we got it.
you're gonna receive the map, 24 by 36.
Right.
Subdivision
Okay.
map.
Tell us what to pull up here.
So if you would just pull up your map, and then what I'm going to do is just give an overview of what we're planning on producing.
This one?
Yep.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is this going to be different than what we've seen?
Layout and thing. So going into this development, looking at the development and the site to put a development on it, we started going through the constraints on what it would take to develop it. And given the subdivision requirements, the development requirements that you were mentioned before was going to be one of them. A couple items for right-of-way width, lot frontage width, lot sizes, and lot densities. Another issue that we were going to have to tackle was water and sewer control, water usage, and connecting sewer to the plant there in Center Point that you guys have upgraded or in the process of upgrading. The last one was the development substantiation, basically being able to control what is being built within it. So when we took all of those items, we really decided on doing a condominium regime would be our best fit. It lets us control on the inside. It lets us not necessarily make the county have to rewrite their development standards per se. It lets us have a water and sewer control through Aqua. And it lets us be very diligent on the restrictions for the houses, what the common areas look like, and you know, one of the topics was landscape watering, irrigation items like that, so where we can actually put limitations where on the individual houses we will put rain water harvesting units on each one of them for if they choose to have any exterior water components. You know, I think based off of that, we didn't try to go through our density, because obviously as a developer we have to make it work. And given some infrastructure costs, given the land costs, topography, things like that, we have to obviously take our density, lay in drainage, that usually typically adheres to existing topography. This site works out well for that. Slopes in the right directions that we need it to where we can have a large rainwater detention area. Then we start looking into what the end use is, and we obviously knew that through the City of Kerrville's comprehensive plan, workforce housing was going to be a major need in this area, so we knew that we needed to try to adhere to a price range between $200,000 and $300,000, and I think the Kerrville was $257,000 to $227,000, somewhere in that range. So we added the layer of RV lots in there just to try to create another layer of affordability in there, but yet it would all be restrained and restricted to by the condo regime. The same restrictions that we're going to put on the houses itself would be similarly overlaid to the RV. Obviously the RV is a little different. We're going to have to look at year, age, model, links possibly, things like that. You know, and then we have to go through and talk about our construction plans, what kind of time frame we would be on. And obviously we have to get approval with our concept first. And then we move forward. We have a lot of data already calculated, but we just need to finish our engineering once the concept plan is approved. And that will take into consideration all of the actual water calculations for how actually the acreage that the detention will take. Sewer depths, water depths, things like that we have to do for the overall development. And I'll let Michael Welborn get into more of the engineering details of that. So
as an overall, we started looking at that from when we're trying to land the plane on this development, as what you said earlier, Judge, was that the overall development fits. We just had to kind of put it in kind of some parameters that we could make it massageable into place. And we feel like we've done that. You know, a lot of the questions that we've received was why condo, things like that, and I kind of hit on it there. But I would love to get into more of the technical data, the water, the sewer items, and then I can be around to answer any further questions on a higher level if need be. But we can get into a little bit more details with the engineering, if that's okay.
And I think, Judge, the thing that probably a lot of the discussion at the town hall had to do with water, too. So we went through that. I think they've got more information here on water plans, water availability, and ways to control the amount of water that's being used.
Yeah,
and Charlie's done an independent assessment of the water availability and the water plans and show what the margin would be for different occupancies in the homes.
One of the questions that came out the last time we were in this room was, how do we get into a stage 2 restriction? And we come up with a plan to where we would limit RV rentals to where that basically takes off the total of usage by not letting them be rented if we need to get into a stage 2 restriction in water capacity. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike Wellborn, and then...
Just before you do that.
Yes, sir.
We're still at that jet level, and we're looking down 35,000 feet. How long have you been working on this project?
4 months. About 4 months.
Okay. And during that 4 months, have you worked with the county throughout that whole process?
Briefly, yes, sir, for about the last month and a half to 2 months.
And who did you work with at the county?
Tom Mosier predominantly and Charlie Hastings.
Okay.
We met with, Charlie and I met with them probably 3 or 4 months ago. When we first came up with the idea. And since then, Charlie and I have met with them several times. And then we've had 2 working group meetings with all the stakeholders involved. So, and that's been within the last 2 months.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
So it's been over about a 4-month period.
Okay. And so when we look at the big picture plan here, because that's kind of what you've outlined here,
yes,
big picture. And we'll get down into detail here in a minute. But the big picture plan is something you've been working on for months.
About 4 months, yes, sir.
And you understand that myself and at least 2 other commissioners in addition to me, and the people standing outside, and people that are reading the newspapers, and people that are trying to figure out what we're doing, have known about this for barely 2 weeks. So the learning curve for us is a lot longer than the learning curve for the ones that you've been working with already, right?
Well, I feel like our learning curve was to prove up when we knew that there was water issues that we needed to go through and delve into that, and that was what predominantly took the most time for us, is to calculate. I think it was 12 different CCNs that Aqua currently manages. So it took a while to gather all that data, and then that's all the data that took time to gather so we could get to this point, and then where we were accurate with how we were going to divide up our density and move on from there. So a lot of that time was, the background data to get into it to where we were comfortable with presenting.
But we're not up to where these other people are yet. You understand that? We're not up to speed. We're running as fast as we can trying to get there.
Let me say one other thing too, if I may, Judge. Up until about a month ago, we didn't know if this was a concept that could even be brought to the court. Because there were a lot of things that didn't fit. Water didn't fit, sewer didn't fit, roads were a question. So if those things if we didn't work through those to determine the solution, it wasn't even going to come to court for a concept request for approval. Because it didn't meet muster. So we looked through sewer, how in the world are we going to solve that? So we said, condominium regime could do it. WCID said, that's good, we'll do that. So we checked that, okay. Concept is ready to move forward. Water availability, an issue, okay. So we looked at that to see if the water availability was going to be there for the concept to even come forward. Check that, finally, okay. That's still a lot of discussion to go in there. Water's the big thing. Road and drainage were a couple of other things. So until those things even look feasible, At first, they didn't even look feasible, and now it continued over that 4-month period of feasibility studies and what potential solutions were to those problems. Then with those, we said, okay, now it's ready to come to the court for present the concept in detail, and that's where it was the other day, and that's where it is now.
Exactly.
Okay.
You finally got a project that was ripe and ready to be considered.
Right.
Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what we're trying to do now is get everybody else that hasn't gotten up to speed, that hasn't worked on these problems, comfortable with your concept plan. That's what we're here to talk about today, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you were here 2 weeks ago, the things that I remember that I had concern about is we were talking about water. That was a big concern. And I know Mr. Childs was here, and he was asking y'all to come sit down and have an appointment with him, and y'all visit at that. And I guess we're going to hear more about that sometime today. But water was an issue, right?
Yes, sir.
And right-of-way was an issue, wasn't it? And lot frontage on the highway, the road was an
Yes, sir.
issue. And lot size, the density was an issue, right? Those were the 4 big issues we talked about 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
And then after the town hall meeting, we now can add drainage to that because we've got a $1 million drainage project we're going to have to embark on in order to be able to accommodate your subdivision, right?
No.
So those are the issues.
Not to accommodate our subdivision.
Just to accommodate the drainage.
Accommodate center point.
Center point.
Yeah, accommodate center point.
Center point, the problem exists now.
Right.
They're gonna have a detention pond.
Yeah, but we still gotta get water to the river. And right now, if we had the flood like we had 2008, Center Point would flood again, right now. So the county needs to fix that problem, whether the subdivision goes in or not.
So my question is the water detention they're gonna do here, is that related to the other project at all? To the flooding on 27, or is this another issue?
It probably makes it better. This would retain the water rather than rushing down to Minimar. That's the right way to say it, which flooded before. So this would probably help that problem. Okay.
But the point is,
It's not gonna hinder or make it worse, that's the main.
or it's not gonna make it worse.
Not gonna make it worse.
Any property owner.
Okay. So we'll take drainage off the table. I'm fine with it. Let's go back to the original four.
Well, drainage was a big conversation we had in the town hall too, and so the way that the engineers, and I'm getting into their territory here, basically they look at what water's coming in and then what water will produce, and then we have to retain that. And it has to be equal or less than what it is existing.
Right. That's in subdivision rules?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 4 things that we were talking about, water was something that you're going to take care of with Headwaters, right?
Yes,
We're
sir.
going to hear that report, okay? But you were asking for waivers with regard to the width of the right-of-way, a variance from what's in our subdivision rules, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were asking for a variance with regard to the highway front, the lot frontage on the road?
Not the highway, that's on road.
The interior.
Interior.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
But just so that everybody knows what we're dealing with here, subdivision rules say that right-of-way to your subdivision should be 90 feet wide.
Based on the density, yes, sir.
And you were asking to get a variance down to 60 feet.
60 feet.
Okay. With regard to lot frontage on your interior roads, the subdivision rules say it has to be 150 feet, right?
I think it's 150 to 200.
150.
And you were asking to reduce it down to 75.
75, yes, sir.
And then with regard to lot density, the subdivision rules say 2 acre minimum, right?
That's based on water.
Yep. Acreage divided by 2.
Acres divided by 2.
Based on the water.
And you wanted to move it from 2 acres down to 1/4 acre.
Half acre.
Half acre?
Yes.
There's a point on that, Judge, I might verify. We have water availability is very complicated. If you're less than 5 acres, you go under the state model rules. They trump our rules.
Right.
The water availability, what they're doing under the model rules, all they need is a letter from the water provider saying that they have the water. The density, you get into a very gray area whether that density number applies or doesn't apply, because that density number came out for water availability, and the model rules don't talk anything about that. So we have, in my mind, conflicting rules when it comes to water availability.
That's on water availability. I'm talking about lot size right now.
Counties have no authority to regulate lot size, period. We can only get there through water availability.
Right.
So that's why it becomes, it's very difficult to wrap your head around into and figure out how you interpret the rules. And I'll refer to the county attorney later on. There is nothing in section 232 that where any county can regulate by lot size. You can regulate by OSSF, and if you're in a priority groundwater management area like we are, you can use, well, many counties in that priority groundwater management area think we can use water availability. I'm not sure that's been ever litigated.
But that's well water stuff, and then you get into a provider, and that changes it again.
No, that's well water also.
It's still well
What
water.
I'm talking about is when you have your lot size per well, and then that changes, you can have a smaller lot size if you have water availability from someplace.
Correct, you're talking if you're drilling a well on your lot, yes.
I should have just said well,
Yeah.
be well water, but somebody has to be a provider, and it has to be for 30 years.
Well, I'll turn it over for some technical data if y'all are ready for that.
One quick question
Yes, sir.
that's come up since you've started.
Yes, sir.
What drew you to Center Point to begin with? I know y'all doing all things across the state, but what brought you to Center
To
Point?
be very transparent, we looked here in the city first, and the tract that we looked at, I think you guys are currently buying, was on your docket, and we couldn't make it because there were some flood issues on there, and so we kind of just went and expanded from there and started looking, and as a developer, you're trying to follow what would generate rooftops, and that's employees, and we felt like between Comfort and Kerrville would be a good area, and this piece of property checks a lot of boxes for development. I think y'all had several developments come through here that had a good concept plan that quite didn't price out right. Topography is one of them that is a big concept killer, and so this one checks those boxes as well. You know, obviously there's a few hurdles we have to get over, but I think we have a good concept plan for those. But to answer your question, that's why we're on this track.
Okay, appreciate it.
It met our needs.
Okay.
Mike Wellborn, 631 Water Street. I guess I kind of had something to talk about, but if you've got questions, instead of wasting your time, I can just jump into those questions.
No, you make your
The main
presentation.
thing, if we're doing this as a normal residential subdivision, we would have a concept plan meeting, and then we'd have a preliminary plat submittal and bring that to the court, and then a final plat. This really does not follow, we've done the mobile home, manufactured housing rental communities, looks like, smells like, feels like a plat, but it's not a plat. But the condominium form of development, it looks like, feels like, just like you already said, but it's not a plat. It follows a different set of codes from the Texas Local Government Code. So what today is we're asking for approval for this to move forward to the construction documents and then the map, plat, whatever you want to call it. But it wouldn't be filed with the county. We're not asking for it to be anything filed today. We're asking for approval for this to then move forward into the detailed construction documents. We would develop construction plans just like we would any other subdivision, except we're doing this a little bit different. This is going to be more of a detail of what we do, different from the county versus the city. This is more like a city because in here we're proposing things that actually make this more like a city residential subdivision, including some curb and gutter. And we're doing paved roads, asphalt paved roads. And so we're actually going above and beyond. In addition to that, we're having water services and sanitary sewer services. So this will be the first one. Looks like it's right in the city of Kerrville. The difference is that we're doing wider lots than what's allowed in the city of Kerrville. We can do 45-foot wide lots in the city. Here we're doing 75 feet deep lots. We could be a minimum of 4,500 square feet on a residential lot. We're a minimum of 75 times 150, which is, so they're larger lots than what we would do in the city. But we want this to be a success for CenterPoint. We as engineers don't want any problems with drainage, water, or sewer. So we're working in great detail with Charlie to address those issues. We do have a tech stop that's out there. We have a driveway already. And the good thing about this is we have One of the main things we'd have to do if it wasn't a left turn lane because of the traffic counts, we'd have to build the center turn lane. We've done those are about $300,000 to construct, which you start adding that into construction development costs, that starts adding more money to the lots to recover. In this case, TxDOT's done us a great service and put in a left turn lane over the past year, year and a half. And then, so we've got those items. We also have the stormwater we've talked about a little bit here. We are providing a large acreage area for stormwater detention, which will not only meet, but I believe we can reduce the amount of water that's currently draining to 27 in Willow Bend. And then some things that were brought up also at the town hall meeting were of course, the water usage, and we've talked about that. We can get more into detail on that. We provided some data that shows that we would be under normal operating condition, be operating under typically a stage 1 condition year-round. We're below what's allowed, 80,000 gallons per acre per year. And then as a stage 2, Brandon mentioned this, one of the things after talking to Gene that Brandon agreed to is that we could operate in a stage 2 under normal operating conditions by limiting the amount of RV spaces for rent. Instead of doing them all as sell, he's going to maintain part of those as rent. So if there was a situation where he needed to cut down on water usage, he would shut off the rent portion for that. And then the other thing that was brought up was some fire hydrants. In the county, even you don't install fire hydrants. The fire hydrants that Aqua Texas used to install with their older systems, they kind of painted black for legal issues, and Heather probably has heard about those, and Charlie as well. But we do have blow-off valves, which will have fire connections. And so Joseph was at the town hall meeting, and so if the volunteer fire department needed a connection, there's a way for them to connect to that, to pull water for an emergency situation.
How often?
I think it's probably about 4. So we haven't got the details yet because that's some of the hydraulics we have to work through in the water system. So there's a few of them.
Have an extra pump station for that stuff?
No. We'll have a hydrodynamic system at the well. So they can just be able to pull it. One of the reasons they don't want them to cavitate the line. So that's a big deal because Aqua's in the water supply business for consumption, not for fire flow. And that's one of the things, that needs to come up also about, City of Kerrville and development in their ETJ. And I'm going to stop there. I'm going a different direction. So that's the high level. And if you have any detailed questions.
Talk about water. Okay, that's the big thing. Sure. You didn't get into the details on water availability, the stuff you showed at the town hall meeting over the year. Charlie's got some separate analysis here.
This is going to have the number.
Yes, sir. So the first page there is the development. You've seen that. That's the overall concept. The second page is where we are in relation to Aqua Texas Kerrville North system. I believe you've seen this slide as well. And then what the next slide is I just kind of, I got it on a per month basis and then a cumulative on the second sheet. So this right here is for all units in the development being occupied at the same time. So that would be all of for sale, 166 residential units and 124 RV units. So this is all being operational. So what's allowed by the 80,000 gallons per acre per year, is the blue line. That's the top line. And then what we have in the red line is what would be at stage 1, which is a 10% reduction from what is allowed. What we're showing here also on top of that red line, looks like it's on top, but it's slightly below, and you can tell that from the tables, is the dashed black line is where we're saying our operation conditions would be based on 144 gallons per residential lot per day and 145 for RVs. So you can see under fully operation conditions, we're already at stage 1. The next page over.
You can accommodate stage 1.
Yes, sir. We can accommodate stage one. And that would be our standard operating practice even during non-drought conditions. The second page is just a cumulative. What that's showing, basically, if you look on the far right, it's the same thing, but it's cumulative. It's showing we're allowed, based on 149.5, is 11,960,000 gallons. That's in December. And we're, stage one is 10,764,000. And what we're saying we would be operating under full build-out conditions is 10,761,000, which is slightly lower than the stage one. The next page says monthly water usage for 166 residential and 51 permanent RV spots. This is the same thing, except what we're here is the green is the stage two. So now we're required to be 20% below allowable pumpage. And we're right at it by eliminating the 124 minus 51 for rent units. And so if we had to, we could just shut that off. But under normal conditions, with 51 permanent for-sale RV places and 166 residential, we would be operating at stage two under normal conditions. And then the next page is just the cumulative of that, if you want to see it in a different format.
Charlie, why don't you show your, if you will, your assessment of all this? This is just on water now.
Yes, sir. In your packets, there should be a spreadsheet that's got some yellow and blue on it. The title is Eden Farms Water Availability Comparison and Analysis. Average 3 persons per connection. They are using a 3-person per connection average for their overall system. The state of Texas, through the Texas Water Development Board, has data available. The average connection in the state of Texas is 2.75 people. And the average water use per person for the state of Texas is 89 gallons per person per day. If you use the 89 gallons per person per day and you use their number of 3, which is more conservative, you're going to get 267 gallons per day per connection. And you can easily cut 50% of that water usage off simply by not using water outside your home. Don't have a garden hose, don't water the trees, don't water anything, which that's what this development is proposing to do through the condominium regime. They feel they'll have the authority and the ability to make that happen. With that being said, if 267 gallons per connection, half of that is 133 gallons per connection. And that is actually the number that their environmental engineer presented to us. I realize that some of the things they showed you, they went ahead and rounded up to 144. They wanted to be conservative when they were doing their calculations. Bottom line, what I believe that we're being asked to consider, or at least to understand, is what kind of a margin would we normally see in a 2-acre average lot subdivision. Normally, we would see a 64% margin, okay? The way you calculate that is 2 acres, 80,000 gallons per acre per year. So those 2 acres would come out to 438 gallons per connection. And from the state of Texas data, at 89 gallons per person per connection, and a 3-person connection, you've got 267 gallons per connection per day. So that margin is 64%. That's kind of our baseline that's in our subdivision regulations. And the margin that they have is a 10% margin, and then they believe that they can cut back on RV unit rentals and attain as much as 20%, around 20%. Also in my spreadsheet, I took into account that Aqua Texas already has a system next door that they were going to be expanding by adding this system to it. and they've got some pretty significant water loss. So I took that into account when I did my calculations. Mine are a little more conservative in that regard. They can buy back, Aqua Texas could buy back some of that margin simply by fixing leaks. If they were to fix all their leaks in their existing system, they could increase that initial margin of 10% up to 19%. And they could increase simply by managing the RV spots, and I believe there's 73. If they were to not allow any of those 73 to be utilized, then that margin, the other margin, instead of 20, would be about 29%. So there's some room in there. I think something that Commissioner Letts brought forward that we do need to keep in mind, and the public needs to understand, is that we do have two different standards for water. We have our water availability standards, which equates to the 2-acre average. Make sure that every lot has at least 2 acres of water under the ground that they can utilize. Because that's that 64% margin, we're very comfortable with that. We say if you do that, you don't have to do any engineering at all. If you want to do something less than that, you need to do some engineering, but then there is a whole other set of rules within our subdivision regulations, which are the model subdivision regulations that were adopted so that we could qualify for all the funding that put the sewer system in. And that says all that the Kerr County needs is to get a water service agreement from the water provider where they guarantee that we can take care of this subdivision for 30 years, and they have paid us everything they need to pay us for us to improve our system. That's the document that ultimately we're looking for. But I wanted to go through this exercise because I wanted to understand if it was to be compared to the 2-acre average, where do we stand? And that's where they stand. Instead of having a 64% margin, they have a 10%, and then if they don't rent out all their spots, they can increase that to about 20, and if they fix their leaks, they can even get as good as 29%.
So Charlie, just for clarification, on the 2-acre per lot, 64% margin, that's, you don't do any engineering with that. That's just a given, you're okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you want to do less than 2 acres per lot, then you have to do what's been done here.
Yes, and again, it's just for the purpose of us to have a feel for how much water do they have. The reality is that the model subdivision regulations kick in any time you create 2 or more lots that are 5 acres or less.
Right.
Which says use Appendix M of the model subdivision regulations, which is a water service agreement between the water provider, if they're going to use a water provider. If they're going to use a water provider, which they are, Aqua Texas.
I guess what comes down to me that bugs me on the water issue is that we all got it, a letter from Gene Williams, January 12th. And based on the 144 gallons per day for the residents and 65 gallons per day on RV sites, I'm going to read what he said. It's considering average occupancy of all units, these numbers would provide basic water needs at best. Certainly no room for landscape and non-essential water use. Also, to provide drought contingency, Stage 1 requires a 10% reduction. Stage 2, a 20% reduction. Stage 2 is not as common as Headwaters recommends at a minimum. A reduction in the total number of lots to achieve 10% reduction from the 100% production amount allowed by the permit acreage. This would also allow for shrinkage and line flushing. Kerr County is currently in Stage 2 drought conditions, well into the 2nd year of drought. Historic water level hydrographs for the center point area wells show a steady decline in water levels. So that's kind of, we're already starting at
No, this, what Charlie just showed you and what Mike just showed you is the top line in the chart that you have is consistent with Gene's letter. Okay? That's water availability. Then to get to 10% They show you what they do. They're gonna always be at 10% reduction, okay? Based on the number of gallons per day per unit, okay? So they're at 10%. To get to 20%, you modulate the number of rental spaces that are available, which could be done within the condominium regime. So it's consistent with, and then the commitment from Aqua Texas to be consistent with Gene Williams' 80,000 gallons per acre per year folded into the CCN, okay? So it's all consistent with what you just read.
He's recommended a total number of lots, a reduction of 10%.
No, but then go back further up in your letter, what it says about that, unless you limit the water, read that again, about outside watering and that kind of stuff.
You're right, I know, they're gonna achieve all that.
So, but see, Gene says, in his analysis, he assumes they're not gonna do that. That's where you just read.
You wanna clarify, or?
I can jump in real quick. So that was the last meeting we had here. We met with Gene again, and that's where we came up with, instead of using all of the RV sites as permanent,
Right.
we changed it to 51, and Gene sent a revised letter since that.
Right.
And he said he will grant the permit to Aqua Texas for the subdivision.
Yeah, there was a subsequent letter to that done.
Okay. Center Point wells are steady decline.
Yeah.
There's something else, and if this goes forward, it sets a precedent for the county. Is that a good idea? And we can't really, we can protect the county by deciding if we want to set precedents. We don't have a crystal ball. Just like in Center Point, if somebody had asked me, should we have $2 stores, I would have said, no, it's not a good idea, but you can't stop them from doing it, right? So now one of them tried that, gone. So, is it a good idea?
What is the precedent we're setting?
Putting in a neighborhood like this.
Well, I don't know about, where's the precedent?
What's the precedent?
We don't have this anywhere else. It's a precedent.
What have they not met?
I didn't say that well, there have been a few things, size of the driveway and a few other things, arterial roads,
No, the driveways are fixed.
that's pretty standardized, but if this becomes the way that subdivisions are made in the future, that's what I'm talking about.
But that's not our decision.
It's not ours.
It's not up to us. If they follow the rules, we don't have
I'm trying to get this out in the open, so people understand this. This is, in some people's way of thinking, a way to get around the subdivision rules.
That's not true.
Well, yeah, it is the way some people think about things. So, there are people that look at it that way, there are people that look at it and say it's providing for a need, which is workforce housing. Some people don't like it aesthetically and so on. What I'm trying to get back to is this, that we have a certain criteria to look at, a certain list of things to see if it's legal, if it's acceptable, if it's going to be detrimental to anybody, if they have the water that they need, if it's not going to harm anybody else. People don't like things for different reasons, but none of those reasons, just like the example I used, if they asked me, should we build $2 for the Center Point, I would have said no. Which one of them do you tell no? And based on what? Nothing to base that on, except it may not be the best idea. That's all I'm getting at. And people's perceptions is what I'm talking about. People view things different ways because everybody has their own worldview, their own grid they see things through. This could look like, okay, it's not going to be a standard subdivision, so, I'm all for figuring out another way to skin the cat. And not everybody's always happy. I'm just airing this out for the benefit of everybody.
What is a standard subdivision?
Like what you see in Kerrville, what most people, if I ask you what a
45
subdivision
foot wide
is.
lots.
Yeah, if I ask you what a subdivision is, you can point to something in Kerrville, and you say, there it is.
Right.
This will have more outside green space than most of what we see, even in a neighborhood that has large lots like Starkey area, that kind of thing.
40%.
Well, we're talking about people that have concern about this subdivision.
Yes.
And I appreciate you bringing that up.
Yeah.
We've listened to y'all's proposal for an hour and a half a couple of weeks ago. We've been listening today patiently. And these people out in the hallway have gone to a great deal of effort to be here, and I think we need to hear them. I've got a little over half a dozen of them or so. I don't know how many are actually going to talk or yield their time to someone else. But at this time, I would like to go ahead and start listening to public input here. So, number one on this list is Kerr Potter.
Hello.
Please state your name and address.
Kerr Potter, 428 China Street, Center Point, Texas.
Okay.
All right, I had good morning, but now I'll change it to good afternoon. Thank you for your time, and this is in regards to the Eden Farms development that's being proposed. My first question is, what's the rush? Commissioner Moser recently stated that he and Commissioner Letts have been reviewing the Eden Farms development concept for the past several months. The development proposal was brought before the judge and the other two commissioners at a special called meeting on January 15th. A motion was made by Commissioner Moser at that meeting to proceed forward. It did not receive a second. Why the rush? When the judge and your fellow commissioners are hearing information for the first time. Judge Kelly then encouraged the commissioners to host a town hall meeting for Center Point residents to bring us all up to speed. The town hall meeting happened rather quickly, and there weren't really great notices posted. I think the county Facebook page notice was put out at like 9:15 on Friday night. And most of the residents in Center Point were left in the dark regarding this proposal. At no time during the town hall meeting was it asked by a show of hands on how we felt about this proposal. It was even brought up and it was never asked how anybody felt about it. There are many Center Point residents against this type of development. Commissioner Moser expressed his support for the condominium regime development at the town hall meeting. Some concerns I have, obviously water. In the town hall meeting, the Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District was referred to as the 800-pound gorilla. And in the Commissioners Court meeting on January the 15th, I think it was Mr. Williams, but we didn't have the camera panning that day. It may have been Mr. Childs. Stated that Center Point and East Kerr are the first areas in our county to experience drought and less water. They also stated and reminded Eden Farms, the developer, that they have not calculated the water usage when the system becomes aged, and it will become aged. They also said that they offered concerns for the development beginning under Stage 1 water restrictions. Commissioner Letts stated that the proposed development's water calculations only include personal usage, no car washing, plant watering, kids running through a sprinkler, none of that. What happens when we reach Stage 2 restrictions and beyond? Mr. Namkin stated that if they sold all of the RV lots, that would be great. So what happens if those are all sold and not saved for rental? Aqua Texas will meter individual homes' water and will restrict if they exceed the allocated amount. Mr. Namkin stated that he has done no research on water usage in his other developments. Judge Kelly stated in Commissioners Court on January the 15th that the proposed subdivision and development changes will be cataclysmic for the county and that it shouldn't be entered into lightly. Judge Kelly also stated that condominium regimes have a history of being problematic and face much litigation. When homeowners' rights to water are oppressed, it will lead to problems. The proposed condominium regime will be governed by the managing partners of the LLC that own it. They will certainly build out and leave for another project. With no zoning in the Center Point area, who will oversee Eden Farms and future developments in the area, and to ensure that they keep their promises? It was stated in Commissioners Court that the county has no involvement with HOAs or these proposed condominium regimes. Drainage is also an issue like we've talked about. Residents and businesses are in a dire situation when we have an excess rainfall. The recent construction completed on Highway 27 by TxDOT added culverts, but the route for runoff water has yet to be addressed. As you all know, our groundwater is a precious resource that we have to protect. The potential homeowners will have needs, and their needs need to be considered as well. First-time homebuyers might not understand the limitations being placed on their water usage. People shouldn't have to live under a buyer beware environment regarding their home. I know that growth is inevitable. This type of development will set the precedent for future developments in our area. The $63 million sewer system will for sure bring developers to the Guadalupe River Valley. As elected officials, please keep the residents of Center Point and East Kerr in mind as you are making these monumental decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Potter. Second speaker is Ross Potter.
Hi, I'm Sheila Stiles. I live at 422 China Street in Center Point. I've just got a couple of things I'd like to address. First, in my opinion, the impact of something this important to the community and the county should have been better publicized for maximum awareness. I, for one, was completely blindsided by Eden Farms. I'd never heard anything about it until a friend mentioned it to me that there was going to be a meeting in the cafeteria at the school. The impromptu meeting on January 20th was pretty much a vain attempt by the presenters to be able to say they had community input. It was not a pleasant meeting. It was very obvious with the low attendance and the questions that were being asked that people seriously had no idea what was going on. Not one person there had ever even heard of a condominium regime and never really got any clear explanation as to what it is. Most people couldn't see the screens, couldn't hear the speakers, and definitely couldn't hear questions being asked, and very little of the answers being given. There are too many unanswered questions and so much information that should be shared regarding the concept, development, drainage, a clear, detailed explanation of what a condominium regime is, how it differs from a typical subdivision, a full disclosure of how it will be managed and by whom, and the costs associated once the unit is purchased, and how the restrictions will be presented to the potential buyers. Just lots of questions people need to know. I think it's imperative that we have at least another meeting before provided to the community with working equipment available to assure our neighbors have a clear understanding of what's being proposed. It would be highly unethical to proceed any further without community awareness and everyone concerned having the opportunity to discuss fully what is the rush. Second, my main concern regarding the water. This area has already had wells go dry. It's a constant worry for everyone. We pray for rain on a daily basis. To build such a high-density group of homes starting out with water restrictions already in place in an area known for constant drought conditions is simply unrealistic. We have a private well on our property and we try to conserve as much as possible. We don't water the grass. Our grass is dead. We haven't watered it. We've had to drop our well twice over the past several years, 21 foot both times. We can't go any deeper without digging a new well, drilling a new well. I think we can crunch numbers all day long and gather data and estimate how much each home, RV, or person is going to use, but we all know Mother Nature is fickle. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't, it doesn't. When the water's gone, it's gone. We have a want for growth. I think everybody does. We have land for growth. We have a new sewer system that's available for growth. But we don't have the water to sustain this kind of growth. We need to be smarter and find a better way. I believe you, the Kerr County Commissioners, are the front line for the citizens of Kerr County elected to protect us. Whether intentional or not, the lack of public awareness regarding Eden's Farms is extremely disturbing. Thank you.
I have a question, if I may. this is to help everybody. I'm not sure how we could communicate better. There was a notice put in, and I'm asking for input. There was a notice put in the post office. I've been told that's the best way in the world to communicate. It was posted in the post office, posted at Minimart. A lot of people use Minimart. It was on Facebook from citizens around Centerpoint. It was put in the newspaper. Okay? I don't know what else to do. After we had the town hall meeting, I had a call from the person who has the property next to this, said he hadn't heard about it, explained that he understood what it was. He's all for it, okay, because he thinks it's an enhancement to his property. But what would you recommend how we better communicate?
You know, I'm not really sure. I think, you know, I personally, I don't go to Mini Mart. If I, you know, my husband goes, but I don't. I certainly wouldn't be looking at any posters that are posted there. I don't go to the post office. We have mail delivered to the house.
Well, how would you recommend?
I don't know.
I don't either.
But
So therefore, criticize for not.
I'm not criticizing.
No, but it's a legitimate criticism, okay? Making sure people know. I don't know what else to do except drive down the street with a bullhorn, you know? Now, we did, let me make a point. We did this.
Whose burden is it to get the notice out? Isn't that really the developer's burden to get that notice out to us?
Well, no, not with the town hall meeting. I chaired the town hall meeting. I called for the town hall meeting to communicate. So therefore, Judge, I took the extra step like we did. We're going to do this next Friday. It's going to be interesting to see how many people know about the meeting next Friday. That's the reason I put it on the agenda today. Try and communicate to people. Let's have these meetings so everybody can understand. So I don't know how else to communicate. I asked everybody to say, how did you know about this meeting tonight, the last Wednesday? They said from church.
One lady said it was from church.
Yeah.
But an interesting point is, this picked up a precedent. As long as I've been a commissioner, we have never, until this one, had a public meeting about a proposed development.
Right. Ever.
This was the first time we've ever done that. It is not, I mean, it gets into a property rights issues and lots of this. I think it's a good idea to do it, but there's no requirement for us to do it, and we've never done it before. And we've done some pretty big developments in the county. So, I think that I think that it was very good that we did on this one. This one is a little bit higher density, or a lot higher density than we've done in the past on these other developments, but generally, the notice is when we put it on Commissioner's Court agenda. That's where the public finds out about what's going on. On this one, because of the impact, I think the judge recommended, and Commissioner Mosier went ahead and followed through. They did do a public meeting, but that's the first time I recall that ever happened.
Well, I know it's not required, but I've told Charlie and others that we have another big project in Precinct 4, we darn sure want to have one.
Good idea.
It's good, but we also have to realize that if they file a plat and it's active and everything's in compliance, we have 30 days to approve it, period.
Right.
If it's a subdivision.
Right, but I think even on this, I mean, I don't know.
This is not a plat, we're not going to get a plat.
But this has to be treated like other subdivisions, and that is a requirement. It's a state law requirement that y'all can't treat it unlike other subdivisions. That's a burden on the court.
I mean, you got to admit it's a totally different animal here. And I mean, it's very, I mean, it's something that the citizens and the people that live in the Centerpoint area should be aware of.
Well, it's not different than what was proposed in Venice Heights, Precinct 2, that happened to be in the city also, okay? It's no different.
You might expect something like this in the city, but you don't expect something like this out in the rural area, I don't think.
I mean,
a subdivision, a condominium regime, again, like I said, I mean, there's so much litigation and questions about, nobody even knows what a condominium regime is.
Okay, let's talk about density. Adjacent behind Minimart, there are a lot of houses, right? There are 91 on lots equal to or smaller than this. 91. So this is not different than what already exists.
I think that it is.
How?
Well, I mean, you've got just the landscaping, you're gonna be on the aqua source, you're gonna be restricting people's water. I mean, how is this gonna present it, how is this gonna be presented? I mean, if somebody, the RVs, you're talking about the people living in the RVs, and they're not gonna rent them if they need to conserve a little bit of water. Well, what are you gonna do? So, well, I'm sorry, but are you gonna rent them on a month-to-month basis, on a week-to-week basis? You know, and then you just kick them out when there's, you know, the water problem?
How do you restrict the 91 that exists right now on water?
The 91 what?
91 properties?
There are no restrictions. I don't know if they're on, I don't know what kind of water they're
But
on.
they're
As
taking-
I'm on a well, I'm not restricted.
They're being provided, those 91 houses will be provided water by Aqua Texas, okay? The same source, Aqua Texas, will provide the water to those 91 houses, plus these houses under the same control. Same control. Aqua Texas has to live with the water that is provided. Aqua Texas then treats this just like the 91 existing, okay? They're gonna allocate water based on water availability, and they have to modulate it based on drought conditions. So it's no different here than it is for the existing 91.
So the people that are buying these into the condominium regimes will have no better restrictions, no
Condominium, I
different?
wish the word condominium didn't exist.
I
It's
do
not
too,
a
because nobody
condo-
understands it.
Right there.
Hello?
It's a condominium is just a way that the property owners, okay, property owners control their housing development. That's what it is.
And there are state laws in place to protect people who buy this type of property, which is why there's the Texas Uniform Condominium Act that not only governs the people who create the condominium regimes, but also us, the local government, on how we can regulate those regimes as well.
There is the Uniform Condominium Act, but there's no, the protection, the homeowners' Bill of Rights that HOAs have do not apply to condominium regimes.
Right, it's a whole
Owners of
different
condominium
thing.
regimes, and I am one, have virtually no rights.
Right.
Virtually no rights.
And that's what I think the people are not gonna understand. I don't understand it. So, you know, I don't
But
think,
that's not the issue. That goes back to the example I tried to use, where it may be ill-advised, but you cannot regulate that.
right.
You know, if you don't read the fine print,
So it's a buyer beware.
Let me see if I can simplify
that's
this
the way
in
the
my,
law works. You know, a lot of us find out about deed restrictions that we ignored or didn't read through the whole thing, and then you realize it does apply to you in an area you didn't realize. That's a day-to-day thing with everybody you know, probably, at some point.
let me see if I can simplify in my simple mind. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. By having a condominium regime here, it's a way within this development to control two primary things. To control the water, control the sewer, control maintaining the streets, street width, other things that the condominium regime wants to have, okay? Trees, water, xeriscape, that kind of thing. But those are things that are controlled within the development through the condominium regime, through the condominium agreement. Those can be controlled. The condominium regime external to the development is what the county, the county enters into an agreement with the condominium developer on what they're gonna do. Now then, what that development, what the condominium regime enters into with the county is an agreement between that development and the county. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Ms. Attorney.
Are you talking about their plans that they submit? to
Yeah, the plans that they
to
submit. So one of the things they control internally with the condominium regime, that's the way they tell the individual property owners, you can or cannot do, okay? They can do that, okay? But external, that's the agreement that they have with the county, which doesn't have anything to do with what they're doing internally. That's just my simple way of looking at what this condominium regime, people have I've lived in condominiums, and I wouldn't live in one again. My son lives in a condominium in Kerrville right now. There are issues between neighbors and parking lots and mumble. And that's called a condominium. Well, this is a way of property owners being part of another entity called a condominium regime.
Ms. Stiles, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I didn't mean for you to be interrogated, but
No, it's
I
okay.
appreciate your candidness.
Okay,
Thank you.
The next one I have on the list is J.C. Barton.
Hi there. Judge, may I relinquish my time to another speaker?
Sure.
Thank you.
Who's your speaker?
Somebody else speak.
Who's next?
My name is Jay Graham, and I live south of the property. And when I look out my back door, that's what I'm going to see is that subdivision. And my concern, I'm not pro or against, but my concern is what are we going to build? What kind of structure, and who's going to understand the condominium regime is they have a little more power than HOA, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
But who's going to regulate that, and who's going to, in 10 years from now, what's that property going to look like? Because it's congested compared to what else is around Centerpoint. Right now, if they put in they could put a mobile home park back there. I wouldn't have nobody would have any say about it. They could just do it. So I'm kind of I'm not really on the fence. I want to see them put something nice back there. Because I'm right. It's my backyard. So that's kind of what I'd like to see the restrictions or somebody, and I would like to know more about what they're going to build.
The developer has a handout, Joe.
Yeah, I saw his handout, and it's a concept, but I want to know that, I'd like to know that they're going to build, something nice.
Yesterday, I drove to New Brunswick.
Okay.
And I drove there to look at there's a picture of, of the houses that are there. If this is, well, anyway, I was very impressed with the architecture, the street appeal, the construction. I only looked at it from the outside. I didn't go to anybody's houses. But this was built 2008, so it's 12 years ago. I mean, it looks fantastic. It looks better than, I'm gonna be careful, doesn't look better than your house, okay? You've got a brand new house there, it looks fantastic. But compared to the rest of Centerpoint, this is much better, okay? I think this picture of this house is indicative of what was built there. There was a lot of variation. It wasn't all cookie cutter type of things. One house looked just like the house next to it, all custom looking. Very impressive subdivision. So, and that's 12 years old.
Well, I think most of the people around, landowners, are going to be concerned about whether this takes away from the value of the property. That's the bottom line.
Right.
And that's my concern.
I'd like to.
This is my daughter, Taylor.
Yes, Mr. Moser, I emailed you, I believe,
Right.
yesterday. I'm kind of got a stake in his property since I'm his daughter. I brought up to him, he kind of was for it at first, and then he's kind of like, wait, I need more information. And so I brought up the traffic that could be right there on 27. His driveway is here, and then there's the AOK's driveway, and then there would be this driveway going into there. What it looks like is it could be about 580 something cars coming through there if you put 2 cars per unit. Give or take. So that's going to be a lot of congestion. I believe there's a center lane that's been put in, but is that really going to be enough? Another thing was lack of garage storage area for any overflow from these tiny homes. It's 1,100 to 1,500 square foot house. You're gonna have overflow of stuff come out. Is that gonna be solved or put in place before?
Well, I'm concerned about people having cars that don't run, typical stuff that you deal with when you got, and I understand it's $200,000 to $300,000 houses, and that's pretty nice housing right now. But in 10 years from now, are they gonna maintain it? And it sounds like you've done a little bit of research.
I just went to look.
But we don't know for sure. We don't know what they're gonna build. That's a concept, and I would like a little bit more. And the RV thing too my first response was RV. It sounds kind of like because they're gonna sell the RV lots. That sounds like permanent living for RVs, and sounding more like a mobile home park to me. So I don't think that's what it is, but I want clarification of what.
Maybe get Brandon to address some of these things.
It's definitely not a mobile.
Stand up here, Brandon, so everybody can hear you, see you.
As I said in the opening, the RV opportunity was merely to create a different layer of affordability within the neighborhood. I think a lot of people that are taking the research in real estate throughout the state of Texas, RV use is considerably up. People living in RVs, working, the transient lifestyle, where I'm moving more to the transient medical lifestyle. Moving to communities, working in COVID areas, and staying in an area for a certain amount of time and moving to the next. But this does allow them to have some ownership in county taxes, to have their own meter, to do all that stuff, and it's theirs. And now we're limiting it now to 51 of those versus 124 that we can sell, just due to the fact that we're going to have some more restrictions in place.
Okay. And I guess that most of my concern is just property values going down, and people working on cars and stuff like that because they don't have a garage. And I just, but I'm not pro or against right now. I'm leaning toward it, pro, because I know that they can put a trailer home, a mobile home park on that property, and there's nothing anybody can say. So this is better than that, from my perspective.
Okay.
Do you have anything else?
I think that's it. I think just wanting to know all the details, give them a better understanding of that, and what this looks like in 2 to 5, 10 years from now.
We only found out about it about a week ago too.
Yeah, I think you called me the night after the town hall meeting. Right.
I think.
I don't know how to better communicate.
I think if you get everybody's email address, that's a good start.
I have probably 300, and I sent it out to 300.
But there's a lot of people who send it out.
And I only got yours this past week.
Right, that's right.
Okay.
Well, a lot of people don't do that.
Okay. So now you're on my list.
Yeah, I'm glad you're this.
What about mailing something mailing surrounding anybody that's kind of going to look at it at least? What about dropping a mailer? Or the
Do we want to start that policy for the entire county?
I don't care.
Yeah, I know. So when it comes to taxes, you'll care.
So a postage stamp, 44 cents. I think there was about 20 people who could mail it to. So, just saying.
Yeah, a lot of people don't use Facebook or email.
I don't.
The paper just said Wednesday, it didn't say the place or the time.
Okay.
There you go.
Our time's getting away from us.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I called earlier for J.C. Barton. I didn't know if there was somebody who wanted to speak for J.C. Barton. I also have an Alan Kaiser.
Alan's out there.
I've
There
seen
he
one
is.
of those. You can take your mask.
Yeah, you can take your mask off.
Well, I'm not gonna,
No, put it back on.
I'm not gonna go over the water thing, the drinking water thing.
thing. I am concerned about the drainage, and like we've talked and all that, and putting some numbers to it. If this subdivision lays 40% uncovered by structured pavement, so forth, so on, you're still going to, at a 1-inch rain, generate about 900,000 gallons plus. So, I guess what I'm wanting to hear is how many gallons will that retention pond hold? Or what happens if it's a 6-inch rain? And having stood right there and seen what happens, it's a definite concern. We've got a business right across Willoughby in there.
Let me interrupt you just a second. Can you ask them to move down the hall?
Or close the door.
Yeah, the noise is bleeding in. I want them to hear you.
Appreciate that. Anyway, once all of this water that comes out of, what do we call this thing now, the new subdivision, hits that ditch and comes south on Willoughby Bend, it's got 1 out of 3 openings to go under on 27. We've already been there, Charlie. We beat that horse. And then it goes into a ditch that's approximately 2/10 of a mile long that goes towards Guadalupe River. I drove by there and looked at both ends of that. As far as I can see, it's pretty much grown up with briars, hackberry trees, household trash, and what have you. What we witnessed in the past several years on a big rain incident was that water goes across and backs up and goes right down east on 27. That's what gets into Mini Mart, that's the church, so forth and so on down there. So, I guess your question would be, what do you want? I'd like to see those 2 blocked off culverts opened, and that ditch, which is 2/10 of a mile, give or take 100 feet, open to the Guadalupe River, and I think the problems helped anyway. I don't know what kind of volume those big square culverts will handle, but it's substantial, I think. Well, that's, I'm going to leave it at that. We've already talked, Tom and I, Charlie and I really think it's something that can't just be a squeaking wheel. I think we need to grease it. And not just from my personal opinion, there's a lot of property over there that will be affected and consequently help if it's permanent. The other thing I learned is Kerr County is not bound by the National Fire Code. The surrounding Kendall is, I'm sure,
National what?
Fire Code.
Okay.
Which requires that any subdivision of 30 or more houses has to have 2 points of ingress egress. So, where Kerr County is not required to do that. But it does, and I think county commissioners are charged with taking care of the public health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. So that brings us around the corner to what kind of congestion are we going to have on 27 getting in and out of there. That's what I brought to the table. I'm going to leave it at that, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser.
Alan,
Sure.
Address one of them a little bit, and we looked at the National Fire Code, and good, bad. It can be, at times, a very good thing to have into egress, but you take some subdivisions that, way back on someone's property.
Center Point State.
How would you, it gets really difficult to figure out how to even accomplish that. And that's one of the things we consider because of our terrain and the development up to now. This is the first time we really had one of this density. I think if you could probably get 2 egress points on this.
In an ideal world, there'd be an easement off of Willow Bend up there above the softball field.
Right. Something like that.
That's going to be drainage right there.
A couple of things on that same subject. Comanche Trace has 1 entrance, one in there. Okay, so then that's the big subdivision.
So that's a precedent.
No, it's just the fact that what Jonathan says. Sometimes the terrain limits the thing. It's hard to get out the backside. I think they could do it if they would, but it would be good to have, and I agree. And I don't know if there's anything to do. Number two, on the drainage, if this subdivision were not to be there, okay, and the next rain came like it did the other day, it's still gonna flood. The county recognizes, we just haven't budgeted yet to put the $1 million in to do what you're talking about.
Well, be assured,
Clean from 27,
that I'm not here to fuss about the subdivision. Actually, I'd like to see some development.
Okay.
I'm not here fussing about that at all. I tried to make that point the other night. The main thing I'm concerned with is the drainage.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, that's
It's a problem.
That's a problem. We have to make sure that we don't flood. We need to do what TxDOT started. We need to make sure that area doesn't flood anymore. And if this subdivision is there, it can't compound that problem.
Right.
Good. Good.
All right.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. If my information is correct, my county clerk advised me there's one other person that would like to speak, and that's Kayla Hale.
Hi. Sorry, I'll be quick. My name is Kayla Hale. First of all, I just want to say I'm not opposed to new development. I just want to make sure that it's being done in a responsible and sustainable way. Obviously, water's been brought up a ton, so I'm not going to, just harp on that too much. But I found it interesting. I read through the stuff that was provided today with the Commissioner's Court schedule, I guess it is. And the fact that water levels have been declining over the years in Center Point, and we've been at stage 2 drought since August, it's a little bit concerning that all of these numbers have been calculated to assume that water is not going to continue to decline. I understand the need to, provide as many lots as possible to make it economically feasible, but at the same time, if we're taxing our resources and it's going to be an issue where people are running out of water, I find that very concerning. I also noticed, or I didn't notice anywhere on there, that I know it said that there would be no water in the landscape. However, I would assume, and per their kind of like flyover video they did, there was a lot of new trees being added. So I'm curious as to where the water would come from for those. And then also it shows that there's a laundry area in the RV area, and I don't see any calculations for water on that as well. And since these numbers have been maxed out, in my opinion, I'm just wondering where that water would come from, because they're already talking about 144 gallons per day per resident. That's very low in my opinion. That is just my opinion. I'm not going to pretend like I know any better than anybody else. But at the same time, it does show that the average Center Point home uses 185 gallons per day. And then I know they were saying, well, that's also outside water. But, and I don't know the answer to this either, but I wonder how many of those homes also have wells that they use to water grass outside, because I know for a long time there wasn't a water provider in Center Point, and there were private wells on most lots. So I feel like some of that data might be skewed a little bit as far as what has been used to develop these numbers. Another, I guess, a concern that I have is that with us being in stage 2 already, the RV spots would be reduced down to, I believe they said 51 if we hit stage 2. Well, we're in stage 2 now. So I just wonder why the RV spots are necessary for this development if the single family homes have already been maxed out per se, based on, I won't even go through the county requirement says that you can have 75. Well, we're sitting at, I believe it's 166 single family lots plus all of the RV lots. So I worry about the sustainability of the community, the availability of water for everybody in the area. And then lastly, drainage, I know that's been brought up as well. With the current issues that are happening out there, will the county actually complete the outfall project before this subdivision is allowed to proceed? Because even though they won't be increasing flow, it will affect the new subdivision and other areas, just the fact that it floods currently. And then, I guess just lastly, I know y'all talked a little bit about what precedents are we setting with a subdivision like this, and to me, the reason why I felt the need to come today is that I feel like the precedence that's being set is that this developer is being allowed to max out all parameters. And if that's the case with everybody that comes through, then the majority of our natural resources are not going to be there anymore. So, that's all I have to say.
Kayla, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, is there anybody else with the public that wanted to address the
Can I ask him about the laundromat?
Sure, I want to make sure, I've got everybody addressed out in the hallway.
Everybody left? I thought that she was last.
Okay.
So what about the laundromat? Sorry, that's what we were that
Here's your review. It's gone.
The laundromat, Caleb.
The laundromat?
The laundromat.
Okay, it's still just showing there's some access to this morning.
Good question.
I had a question on the plat. Are there storage units? Is that shown on here? There's.
Yes, that's the limited common area. It's at the end of master units.
Yeah.
Or middle, left side.
So those are storage units that they're proposed there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many of those do you?
Remember, it's schematically laid out. There's different sizes. There's 20 by 10 by 20s. There's, you can get bigger, you can get smaller.
Okay.
Varies.
So,
Yes, sir.
if I could, just a minute, just.
What's your extent? Say who you are.
Yeah.
This is Tom Jones with Headwaters, right?
Yeah, Tom Jones, Headwaters. Just to clear up some confusion here, Headwaters is only invoking restrictions at the well when it comes to drought. We don't go beyond, we don't go out to individual meters. And so because of this type of a subdivision, they're one individual meter, so they will qualify for a permit based on their calculations. So all the courtesies that Gene has shown by looking at all these different calculations has been just that, a concern, trying to say, hey, we're getting into a different area here we don't normally deal with. Aqua Texas is who needs to be on record as stating what they will and won't do when it comes to enforcement. We're near drought 3 stage right now. We're very close to that right now. And so we need assurance from them, even though we're going to enforce them at the well, this is still going to have blowback beyond that whenever you go out to individuals. But I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that Headwaters is not approving or disapproving this plan. That's not who we are. We're looking at a well being drilled and approving the acreage for that usage. The rest of it falls upon the developer and the public water service provider.
Right.
So I just
And
need
the way
clarification.
the developer does that is through the condominium agreement.
Well, that's up to y'all to approve.
Yeah, I understand. Just trying to, I was trying to complete the circle.
Yes, I just didn't want people thinking that, hey, Gene approved all of this, that's not his job, that's not what he does.
Yeah. We got Gene's letter saying that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any other discussion on this topic?
I think,
I have a question.
yeah.
For Charlie. Have they met the requirements for a subdivision / condominium? Because to us, it doesn't make any difference if it's condominium or not. Have they met the requirements for a subdivision?
Yes.
Are there any waivers?
But
Are we having to waive anything in our subdivision rules for this development?
It would be the lot frontage size, which is, it's not a waiver. You have written in our rules the ability to allow lesser lot frontage size. Normally it'd be 150 foot of frontage. They're asking for 75. That's one.
But on that chart, so what they said was, you're gonna put a driveway between two lots, so there's only a culvert or driveway every 150 feet. Right, right.
Yes.
Okay.
And another point on that, our rules allow for a quarter acre lot. It is, I think, probably impossible to configure quarter acre lots with 200 or 150 foot frontage.
Correct.
So it's contemplated that if we're going to allow one, then you have to allow the other, because you couldn't get there otherwise. Which I hope you change that. But current rules.
Why don't I stand up and summarize what they're asking for? As far as lot density goes and water availability, they will have to provide a water service agreement from Aqua Texas. Aqua Texas is stating and confirming that they can supply water to this development for 30 years, and that all of the water meters or anything that the developer is supposed to pay for so that Aqua Texas can install or improve the system is paid for. So that's what we're looking for. That's Appendix M out of our subdivision regulations, current rules. The next, sanitary sewer service. They either need to go with septic or community sewer. Our rules won't allow them to have lots this small without it being on a community sewer system, and they are going to use the East Kerr County Wastewater Project sewer system that is being operated by the WCID.
On that question, I thought it was over the weekend. The county has imposed a $20 per connection capital coverage fee, essentially, or 25, whatever it is. There's a fee for every connection to help pay off the debt. Is the idea for them to pay one connection fee or 300 connection fees?
They need to pay 300 connection fees.
I want to get that clear.
Yes. Roads.
It's about volume.
Yes.
Well, it's about
the number of connections.
The number of connections.
The volume is there, is within the scope.
The roads that they put into this subdivision need to be built to county standards, whether they're private or public, and they plan on building them to our specifications. I think one of the things they've asked for is that they have a limitation of the way their property is configured. They have a 60-foot wide strip that goes down to Highway 27, and I think our regulations, because of the number of lots, you're looking at an arterial, is that right? Arterial classification, our rules require 90-foot wide right-of-way for a 24-foot wide road to go in there. I believe that the reason that 90-foot was a requirement or was put together whenever our subdivision regulations were developed, which I wasn't here for that, so I don't know the full intent, but my understanding is typically an arterial, it's not just about the volume, for a dead-end road subdivision. It would typically be that you're building an arterial that's connecting one highway to another. This is not going to connect to another highway. It's a dead end. Just like Manchi Trace.
Okay, hold on just a second. I've got someone on the line here that wants to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And please identify yourself by name and address.
This is Claudia Richards from Center Point, Texas.
Okay.
Excuse me, I couldn't understand that.
Claudia Richards.
Claudia Richards.
Please go ahead.
I have watched everyone and taken in everything that's being said, and I just want to state that one, I feel like this should not be an emotionally driven decision. I feel like housing is a necessity. The community knows that. If we look at it from positive economic growth, it's been said many times that other developments can come in and be less appealing or not necessarily trying to follow every guideline. So I think regardless of whomever is submitting the proposal, I think it should be looked at from a standpoint of how is this going to benefit, and if this doesn't happen, what are the other opportunities that could possibly happen, be it good or bad.
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
I think that should kind of be taken out of it, and I think it was a courteousness that the public was informed. We all know that that's not necessary. I think it is a good idea, but it was not necessary. So that's all I've got.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Charlie, I apologize.
No problem.
I had no control over there.
Again, one of the things they're asking for in their concept plan before they're asking you to approve the concept plan with a couple of asks, and one of them is that the arterial right-of-way width in our subdivision regulations is 90 feet wide. They have this limitation that came with the property of a long strip that was reserved for a road so they could get to the back of the 150 acres. It's only 60 feet wide, and our rules require 90 feet. As we mentioned before, typically your arterial roads are connecting one highway to another. That's not going to happen on this. So, can you fit a 28 feet of base within a 60 foot of right of way? Yes, you can. And that's how wide the road would be: 28 feet of base and 24 feet of pavement. So that seems like a reasonable thing to ask for. Their drainage would be built to county standards, whether private or public. They plan to build to our specs, including stormwater detention. It would be private. The roads would be private. And then in compliance with our floodplain regulations. We don't have any floodplain on this property, so they're not asking for anything there. And the last thing would be the lot frontage. We require 150 foot of frontage, but we also allow for lesser than 150 feet to be considered. The reason that we would be interested, or the Road and Bridge Department would be interested in maintaining 150 foot of frontage, would be to have adequate distance between driveways if we were going to maintain the road. They plan on maintaining the roads themselves. They plan on putting in all the culverts and driveways themselves. So it'll all get done by probably the same contractor who builds the road, I'm assuming, so that it works. If it's the other way around, you can imagine how it is. House A just bought, they're ready to put a driveway in. This other house got bought, or site, and they don't put it in for 20 years. You know, they sit on their lot. That's how a lot of the subdivisions work right here. And it may take 30 years before you have a driveway on every single lot, sometimes longer. That wouldn't be the case for this. So those are reasonable things to ask for.
Okay. Any other discussion? There's a motion and a second on the table to approve the concept plan.
I make a motion that we.
I thought you made the motion.
Well, I hadn't made. I withdrew it last time. I haven't made a motion yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it would be good to understand exactly in the condominium regime what's being submitted, what's being requested for approval. I think we need to get a good understanding of that. And perhaps before that, is there any other question on the concept of the development itself?
I have a general question with the county attorney.
I have a question for her too.
Based on what County Engineer said, do we have any, I guess, wiggle room to not approve? I mean, administratively, it may be in our rules.
No.
We do not have to approve.
Right, you don't have, there's no way that you can deny that.
In fact, it would be discriminatory to do so.
That's right, and that's why the rule says thou shalt not treat them any other way than a property that's being developed in a different way.
They've met all of our current requirements, so there's no reason to turn them down.
That was my exact question.
That's what it comes down to for everybody, really.
Yeah, it's legal. And people can question ethical or not, but it's legal.
I'm going to go back to my example of the $2 stores, etc.
Bingo.
So I would have advised against it probably, but there was nothing that said you can't do it.
Correct.
Here you go.
So there's a list here of steps to completion of condominium map and regime. Submit condominium map for approval and recording. Right? Submit construction document for county review. And the third thing is submit declaration of condominium regime for recording. So that leading up, now I'm asking the county attorney, So approving the concept is to recognize that these things are to be submitted per the concept that's been described. Am
I think that that's right, and that's what we talked about,
You and Charlie.
Charlie,
Right.
is that what comes next is that they'll, after this, they'll submit their construction plans and then go
Right.
through that process.
So what they're doing here is saying, this is our concept. Before we do these things, we need approval of the concept.
Yes.
Can be the equivalent to a preliminary plat.
Right, right. So with that, I would move for approval of the concept as presented, okay? So that they can then follow through with the other documentation here I just described.
I have
Can modify.
technical question. What's the point of the concept plan if they can just submit the plan and it'll administratively get approved?
I think they wanted to.
I know what they want.
Okay.
I'm talking about from our standpoint, I don't see why we need to do this. If they're complying with our rules, they can just submit a final plat. And in 30 days, it's
That's right.
done.
We do nothing.
We do nothing.
No, I think it's the things they're asking for.
Well, I know what they're asking for, I'm asking to put our side.
The-
Why do we need to do this?
The variances.
They're not variances, they're allowed in our rules, they're clarifying.
Isn't this consistent with the way y'all do other things when you approve concept plans?
We approve a lot of concept plans.
I mean, I think,
Yeah.
well, unnecessary, probably a courtesy.
I can tell you the difference is it's a project or it's not a project. And Brandon's not gonna go spend additional time and money in detailed construction plans without some kind of vested rights that he can go forward. I wouldn't do that, no developer would do that.
And that's, you know, we got upset with somebody doing some work before they had an approved concept near your house, okay? So they came forward and we said, slapped their hands for doing it, and then we approved the concept, then they went through and approved the detailed plan. So it's the same thing. I think, you know, I'll let Brandon speak. I don't think he wants to go buy a piece of property if he doesn't think.
I'll second the motion.
Motion's been made by Commissioner Moser, seconded by Commissioner Letts to approve the concept plan as presented. Any discussion? I respectfully disagree. I don't think we have to agree to those variances. I need to check that out with the law firm in Austin, but I think we can oppose this, and I intend to. But those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Those abstaining, raise your hand. We gotta do something.
Well, I'll vote with the first two.
Okay. So it's a 3-1-1.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's discriminatory not to.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. I have to break for juvenile court, and you can decide when we come back to finish up the rest of the docket. We start on item, I think it's 1.22.
Okay, and we'll be going fast, but I gotta be out of here by 1:30. 2, consider discuss take appropriate action to approve contract with Centerpoint Volunteer Fire Department and allow county judge to sign same.
So moved.
Second.
Motion Commissioner Moser, second Commissioner Blue to approve the agenda item. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. 4-0, unanimous. Item 1.23, consider discuss take appropriate action to approve bonds of all elected officials and or appointed officials whose bonds have not previously been approved by Commissioners Court.
And I think that's just mine, so moved to approve the bond.
Mr. Moser has made the motion.
Second.
Mr. Blue has made the second on that. And the motion is to approve the agenda item as written. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Item 1.24, consider discussing appropriate action to accept Emergency Service District number 1, ESD number 1, compilation report.
This is routine. I move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Harris, second Commissioner Blue, to accept the ESD number 1's compilation report. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Item 1.25, consider discuss take appropriate action to clarify court order 38538, accepting the monthly reports of January 11, 2021 meeting.
Just briefly, it was a clerical error. I had the cover sheet written out incorrectly, so I had to remove 2 of those reports that were listed. And so the court order that will be considered today on item 2.6 is written correctly to reflect all the reports that were actually accepted.
I move for approval.
Second.
All right, so the motion of Commissioner Harris, second Commissioner Blue, to clarify court order 38538, the reports for January 11th, 2021, and the reports as presented today are correct, and make that correction. All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, 4-0. Last item is 1.26, consider discuss take appropriate action to approve the environmental impairment liability renewal application for a storage tank at 3766 State Highway 27 in Kerrville and 3672 Highway 27 in Ingram. What this?
It's every 3 years, and it's with Freeburg Environmental Insurance for these tanks that hold fuel.
These are fuel tanks that were required by state law.
Oh, they're fuel tanks.
Fuel tanks, and we have to approve the renewal application. I'll make a motion to approve that renewal application.
Second.
We all get it, everybody.
Do
we have to vote?
We're making meetings great again.
And further discussion on item 1.26, all in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous, 4-0. Going on to the approval of general agenda.
Yes, the short version is I would ask that you approve all of the treasurer's disbursements as they've been presented.
Motion, Commissioner Blue, do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Harris to approve the treasurer's disbursements as presented for a total of $542,865.42. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. 4-0. Budget amendments.
Yes, we have 11 today. The first 2 are going to be certifying the revenue, and the last 9 are line item transfers within their own departments.
Awesome, man.
We can't do budget adjustments in our system until we close the books for the prior year, so the first 3 months, these are the first 3 months of adjustments.
Yes. I'll move for approval.
Second.
The motion for Commissioner Blue, second Commissioner Moses to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous. Late bills.
Asking you to approve the treasurer's disbursement for the late bills that were presented this morning.
I move for approval.
Second.
Motion from Commissioner Blue, second Commissioner Harris to approve the late bills for the total amount of $357,507.86. They were included in the disbursements previously approved. All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous?
I have a quick question. Do we know, or not do we know, because I'm sure you do, how did we come out of the year?
We had our audit last week, and so we're still looking at it, and I'll get that to you.
That would be nice to know, okay? Yeah,
We had a good year.
okay.
Good.
Well, independent of the audit, what,
We had a good year.
you're not gonna tell us how much we came out?
I would need to go back and look. I've looked at way
Okay.
too many numbers this past
Okay,
week.
all right.
Okay. Audit report, that was just it, right?
Yes, auditor reports there on.
Monthly reports?
Yes, December 2020, County Treasurer's Monthly Report, Tracy Solden. Constable Monthly Report, Constable 3, Ken Wilkie. Fines, judgments, and jury fees, JP1, Mitzi French. County Clerk's Monthly Report, Jackie J.D. Dowdy. Animal Control Services, Director Reagan Gibbons. And Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batter. I move for approval. Okay, I'm sorry. County Treasurer's Quarterly Report for a period of October 1st, 2020 through December 31st, 2020. Tracy Solden. I move for approval.
Second.
A motion from Commissioner Harris, second Commissioner Blue to accept the monthly reports as read into the record. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, 4-0. And court orders. This has in front of me a minute ago. We have court orders from our January 11th meeting, 38524 to 38540, and they're all listed in order. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Blett, second Commissioner Blue, to approve court orders as written. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Unanimous, 4-0. And I don't believe we have anything, oh, we have information agenda. The information agenda, any reports from department heads? Don't see any. Elected officials? Don't see any. Liaison commissioners?
Yeah, liaison. Two things. Economic development, it was discussed and it'll be a formal announcement sometime soon, so it can be for public dissemination. RBR Aviation is operating at the airport. They're selling parts, they're servicing avionics at there. They moved the company from Harlingen up here to do that. RBR Aviation is in operation in the Dallas Love Field area. They're going to expand their operation here. Their hope is, or their plan would be, within 3 to 5 years to have 50 people there doing big things, maintenance and overhaul of jets, jet aircraft. So that could be big, okay? And again, as a reason, there were a lot of development and businesses to go in that direction. The housing development we talked about is going to get filled up pretty quick. The other thing is, liaison is the library. Library has worked well through COVID. The percentage of county, not in the city, patrons is now about 40%. That's increased significantly. And there's still about 100,000 patrons a year go through the library. Which, stop and think about it, it's about 10,000 patrons per month go through that library. So that facility is really used. And there's going to be a mobile library that will be going around the county, and it's going to have Wi-Fi and a lot of other things. It's more than just a bookmobile, so that's in the plans, and that's already begun. It's being outfitted now, so that's it.
Any other? That being the case, we don't know executive session item, so we're adjourned.
Good.
Thank you.